Okay. How does this work? Text. Hide the text. Right, what do we got? Total War Warhammer 3. Can you hear it okay, Abby? Have you got sound coming through? Like music? No? Oh, your headphones probably aren't working then. Try them on the other side. Is this wire? This wire's probably been trodden on, hasn't it? Is that any better? No.
That's why I couldn't hit the tablet.
Yeah, probably.
Tried out on my tablet.
It might be the wire is broken, or it might be your headphones are broken.
I don't know.
I mean, there's not that much to listen to. What do you think? Well, you can look for another wire if you like. Or we can try different headphones. Have you got some different? There's some other headphones down there. Are they covered in brioche? Yuck. I have my daughter with me today. But she would normally listen along on the computer speakers. And it's actually surprisingly difficult to have two people listen by headphones to the same machine. Don't get distracted by the TV. Let's see if these work. Any better? Any sound? No, the wire must be broken then. Sorry, Abby, I don't know what to do about that. I don't know if there is. Do you know if there is? Super organised here. I need to get started, Abby. Right, Total War Warhammer 3, where are we? It told me I should play the prologue when I loaded it up, which has got something to do with the bear. So I'm going to play the prologue. Your adventure begins here. Ursun, the Bear-God of Kislev, is silent. Without the Great Bear's benevolence, the motherland freezes and its people suffer. Become the Kislevite prince sent north by the Ice Queen on the ultimate quest. Oh, that's a very that's marketing speak. Become the Kislevite prince sent north by the Ice Queen on the ultimate quest. This prologue to the Realm of Chaos campaign is a new Total War experience, perfect for brand new players and those requiring a refresher course. It said to me you should definitely play the prologue because the narrative is amazing. So I've got high hopes for this. Engage in narrative experience. Well, it's really selling me on this. It's like you definitely want to play this. Okay, sure, let's play. I learned in the opening cutscene that it was a really long cutscene without very much information in it, but there was a bear, and the bear's trapped. That's it. I was looking forward to playing Chaos, so we'll see how long this prologue goes on for.
Kislev, our motherland, is dying. A dark winter devours our fairer seasons. It has been custom for our god, Ursun, the Great Bear, to break each winter with his roar. Yet, for 7 long years, he has fallen into silence. And so the ice thickens. Our prayers go unanswered. The people suffer. The Queen has sent me to investigate, to lead an expedition in search of Ursun. I am to make contact with our northernmost outpost, Dervingar. It was there, on the edge of the Chaos Wastes, our god's voice was last heard.
Let their courage be our courage.
Our journey has been long and perilous. The dead outnumber the living. We are lost.
This is your kind of thing, isn't it?
We are alone.
Your orders, Prince Yuri.
Fuel for the fires. Extra rations for the wounded.
Sir, this expedition has failed. We must turn south, head back to Kislev.
But we've come so far. We push north, find Dervingard.
It's madness! We cannot survive wandering the Chaos Wastes like beggars!
Yuri, brother, We must not abandon our duty. The people of Kislev depend on us.
You'll have my decision by dawn. Urson, each day I pray, you do not answer. This is our darkest night. Can you not see Kislev suffering? Help us! Show me a sign! Answer me! Then Kislev is lost.
Son of Kislev, I answer in my time of need.
Urson,
I wake in darkness, bound in shadow.
guide me. I can save you.
I am weak, so you alone shall hear my voice. I will lead you to Dervingard. Your first step to finding me. Follow my voice.
We move north.
I need to turn it down a bit.
Yuri, you have led your kin through the mountain pass. The winds of the Chaos Wastes howl with unmatched fury. Journey north and seek respite.
Could find some shelter.
Yuri, of the
Yuri.
Mongols.
What are your orders?
Push north. Find shelter. I heard Urson.
Does it remind you of Frostpunk? A little bit, isn't it? Similar sort of idea.
Foolish. Trust
Can't I
me.
move?
My instincts tell me no.
Okay, it's not, oh wait, hang on. If I'm not doing the tutorial correctly. Press this button to display the advice again. Oh, okay, thanks. I had to
Hear me
confirm
now. We move north.
that. Yep, it's telling me this is all the mechanics. Blah, blah, blah. It's interesting. So the previous Total War Warhammers didn't have anywhere near as like in-depth a tutorial, so they must have really felt like they needed it.
We should be
Not that I
cautious.
remember anyway.
Darkness covers this land.
The influence of chaos. The further north we travel, the stronger it becomes.
You can remind yourself of your missions. Pin a mission. Oh, it really does not want me to miss any of the interfaces. It's really interesting.
The Bear-God shows us the way.
We found supplies in the snow. From Dervingard.
Dervingard. How did they get here?
Someone left in a hurry. Carried what they could.
We thank Urson. They will be needed.
I don't have a sense of where I am on the map. I mean, I'm assuming I'm pushing north into the Chaos Wastes, because that's what they said, but I don't really have a good sense for how north I am. There's no world map or anything like that. It's a bit of a shame. Because like I care about the Warhammer world, because I care about Warhammer. So I want to know where I am in the Warhammer world rather than just sort of vague. Yeah, north I expect, yeah. yeah, very far north.
The soldiers are ready. Give the order.
We move north.
They're definitely
We are
confident.
not done yet.
Confident we're going north.
Follow me, uncles.
Yuri! Up ahead! Some kind of shelter.
Send word,
Hey,
Derek.
Venek.
We rest there.
Okay.
Yes?
How many guys do you
I
think there
will
are here?
find you, Godbear.
It looks like one, doesn't it? But I think it's actually a whole army. But it doesn't show me. It hasn't brought up that part of the interface yet, so I don't know how many people are in this army. doesn't want to tell me.
Not far.
Ah, we found a ruined refuge. We're going to occupy it.
You have found respite. Together, we can overcome the trials ahead. Our journey has just begun.
You can tell it's an English game.
The
'cause it's
cold
respite.
bites deep. The shelter is not enough.
Build a camp. Then we can rest. Yes?
There we go. Build a camp.
The order has been given, but the camp will take time.
It's well written so far. Like, I mean, it's not like it's not doing anything extraordinary, but it's like it hasn't annoyed me with bad dialogue, which is good work.
Our son,
The
are
camp
you
protects
listening?
us. But what of our supplies?
We keep them safe. Build a storehouse.
It's hard to, I mean, I guess you can say, like, it's hard to get this sort of tutorial dialogue to seem exciting. But, you know, it's sort of grim and serious, and they're not waffling, and they're not going on random philosophical treatises. It's keeping it straightforward. Okay, we've built some stores.
Yuri,
What does that do for
The
us?
storehouse is ready.
Income.
The supplies are safe.
Yep.
Yuri, ready your warriors. Our sons and daughters cry out and flee in terror. The spilling of their blood must be prevented.
Sure.
we are on the edge of chaos.
He wants me to do something. Just move north, I guess.
Where is Dervingard?
Just move north.
Go north.
Trouble
We
at the
searched
beacon.
for our kin fleeing south. We found them traveling the hidden trails to avoid open ground. Some had left Dervingard. They said the stronghold had fallen, that its commander, the boyar Slavin Kearns, had abandoned his post. Yet others fled from a smaller fort they called the Beacon. They spoke of a tribal chief who thirsted for bloodshed. Skolden, the wolf of Dervingard.
What? You can save the innocent or punish the wolf. Should we say you want to save the innocent? Okay. You always make the good choice, don't you? We have got a savior trait, +3 leadership.
We fight at the Beacon. Save who we can.
I didn't really understand the story of that. It seemed very convoluted and underexplained.
lead
what
us
was actually
north.
happening. You should equip your armor before heading north. Ah. Yeah. There we go. Followers are a type of ancillary. Left clicks your orthodoxy pastor. There we go. This is the good stuff. Orthodoxy pastor. Love
My
the word
people
orthodox as a
suffer.
game term. That's great.
Follow
Well, it's not
Urson's
a game
trail.
term, is it? It's just the name of the thing.
I see the beacon. The fort is under attack.
The enemy carry the flag of the wolf. It must be Skolden.
Oh, so when it said punish the wolf, it meant what? A different person? I'm very confused by that story. It was, I don't know. Maybe I missed something, but that didn't seem very
Ready to
clearly written
pursue.
to me. Skolden, the wolf of Dervingard. He seems like bad news. Oh, he's a Norsegun. Oh, they've made the Norseguns look cool.
We are on the edge of chaos.
No idea what I've got in my army. Apparently it doesn't matter.
Battle draws near. Our soldiers are ready.
Nope, we've only got
We see the
3
enemy.
units.
The wolf leads an army
Whoa.
of Northmen. We're eager to fight. Bring us to battle.
There's loads of them! What? Wait. They've got skull cannons, and trolls, and a giant. 2 units of spearmen, 2 units of great weapons, and we've got 2 units of Zargard. Does not seem like a good idea. Well, we don't have any choice. We're going to attack anyway. Because we're
Beacon
Kislev.
is under attack. Kislevites loyal to the motherland are within. Our army is small, but we can sway the battle if we are as wise as Urson. We approach from the south, while Skolden's Northmen assault the barricades. Their backs are to us. We should take advantage. The journey has been long, but we are ready. Fellow Ungolids, we are of Kislev. Show these cowardly dogs what that means. They hunger for blood. Let them taste cold steel.
The beacon is under attack. See for yourself.
Oh, this mouse is no good at changing things.
So, the wolf reveals himself.
Cannons fire upon the defenders. When the barrage is over, his warriors will attack. Act swiftly.
Doesn't seem fair.
Yuri, the defenders need our help. We must reach them. What's that? There, in the trees. An army! Those are Kislev colors. They're allies! We must advance and combine our strength. Select your own unit in order to rejoin your forces. Now issue a move order towards your troops. The soldiers are assembled and await your arrival. Your place is amongst the warriors. Your presence grants them courage before the enemy.
So this is our character. And these are his troops.
Proceed into the valley. Select your entire army so any order is given to all.
It recommended that I play this
Order
tutorial
your
even if I'm
units
familiar with the
forward.
game.
Our allies have not gone far.
But it's doing a thing, it's doing an annoying tutorial thing where it's
Soldiers
forcing me to
advance.
acknowledge things rather than...
Take this time to practice maneuvering. Remember, orders are issued only to selected units.
Like a good tutorial technique is to allow the player to demonstrate that they know what they're doing by doing it. And then if they do it correctly, they don't need to acknowledge the instruction because they already understand. But this one's forcing me to like acknowledge different notifications and things. It's not giving me the opportunity to do it first before telling me how to do it.
Follow me, Cossacks!
Story-wise, I'm engaged though. Simple.
Our
but effective.
allies fire down upon Skolden's army. His forces scatter. The allies are threatened from the rear. Up close, their bows are no match for swords and spears. They're under attack. We must hurry to their aid.
At the forefront!
I think they run by default now.
An effective position. Onward!
They used to be. Yeah. They just. Oh, yeah. They're set to run by default. It used to be that you had to double right click to get them to run.
Throw your weapons. Turn the tide of battle.
Burning said, "Is there an army attacking an army from behind that's attacking an army from behind that's attacking an army from the front?" Yes, that's exactly what's going on.
Envelop the enemy as best you can. They have their backs to us. A fatal mistake.
These guys don't seem to be doing anything. Oh, there's a canyon. That's why. Okay. That's fair.
The
Reinforcements called!
My lord is very strong. Yeah, he just charged. Probably shouldn't go so far.
The enemy raised the white flag. Their troops flee.
Yeah, it's the same. This is that was Total War Warhammer 2. We were playing.
The wolves' main pack advance on the beacon.
Take me. Oh no. Yeah, they've got. Yeah.
The cannons rain death. They must be destroyed. The allies join our forces. We'll need the reach of their bows.
Very well!
Advance on those hellish cannons. They must fall silent if we are to save the beacon.
Ready. Moving!
The cannons are defended.
We're underdressed and called up. Yeah.
Order the infantry to form a line facing the enemy. Have your archers remain behind the line to protect them.
That's a good idea.
Hearts of ice!
Yeah.
Hold up, Islamites! March for Kislev!
Well, the Chaos Warriors were close, so it's a bit expensive.
Onward!
Cannons are fine.
Comrades of the Bear!
I can't do hot. Is that not a demon engine? Honestly, that's not. It looks really cute. This is what I'm saying, you know, the blood. Yeah, I don't really like it. My guys aren't
Comrades of
accomplishing
the
anything. Oh, I think we should probably just go. Yeah, well, they're not. They are shooting.
Obey the Orthodox!
They've got artillery and we don't, so I don't think it's a very good plan.
So be it!
No, the cannons,
The enemy break from the fight. Press your advantage. Destroy their weapons of war.
We're winning, apparently.
Keep the enemy in front
Oh,
of
they
you.
ran away. Why did they
Do
run?
not let yourself become surrounded.
Armored Cossacks!
I guess our archers.
Taking position!
Oh, there's a bloodletting. What? Those are incredibly dangerous. Never pick them up. Those are like proper demons. Oh, I guess these guys are like, they're called SARS are.
Obey the annihilate!
What happened? There must be some sort of cheat.
Hussars!
That's crazy. Yeah, we shouldn't have been able to
position.
That
Over there!
Armored Cossacks! Annihilate them! Order commands!
I've Panic said, is there a way to tell your odds before engaging? Oh, like in combat here? I don't think so. Oh, actually, there was an earlier. Oh, no, there is one. Standing there, that giant giant evil demon. Yes, exactly.
Yuri Barkov.
Taking position!
Where? Fury of the Bear!
The cannons are destroyed.
Go.
Golden's army still attacks the beacon. They're vulnerable from behind. Strike now while they're engaged.
I guess it's just cheating and making it strong.
Mongol Prince.
They die! Attack, comrades! Hussars!
Go! Attack!
It's tricky to design this sort of thing because obviously you do it well in the battle, so you need to you can make the mechanics to access. But yeah, it's teaching. It's possible, actually, yeah, so I don't know. They fiddle with the speed of combat.
Yuri! You are Prince of Kislev. Let your kinsmen hear you roar. Fill them with Ursun's courage. Your war cry inspires your soldiers. See how their spirit is renewed.
Muzzleland's finest! Sargon!
Or melee attack plus 20
My God!
Yeah, I mean, I honestly I thought controls would be more of a problem.
Bring them
Look at that
down!
thing. There it is.
The enemy are dead or scattered. They flee the field. We are the bear's wrath. But Skalden, the wolf, still live.
He is coming. Not coming. Arthur was
The
coming.
beacon is safe. Many lives have been spared. The survivors look to me for leadership. I will need them, for the wolf still lurks in the shadows.
Wow, we did well there. It's a heroic victory if ever there was one. Completely wiped them out with hardly took any casualties.
We hold captives. Their fate is mine to decide. I pray for Ursun's guidance.
We got here. We can indenture the captives so that they join us, or we can ransom them so that we gain some money. Do we want money or do we want healing? Healing.
It cements my power.
Another outpost is
The
close.
innocent are spared from the wolf's vicious pack. The beacon is under our control. A sanctuary in the cold, harsh wastes. But this is not Dervingard. Kislev's northern stronghold awaits.
Oh, Dervingard was broken. Yeah, this is just. We just said we've rescued Beacon, but we haven't rescued Dervingard. Plus 5% speed.
A great victory, brother. The survivors swear allegiance.
They will aid our search for Urson. Those with the heart to fight, let them join us.
And Vernie said Thea would close the game given the choice of indenture or ransom. Well, they're culture specific, so the Bretonnians probably have like a let them go option, which like boosts your morale or something. They're dependent on that.
Chaos.
Okay, what do we need? More guys? Yeah.
I require a larger
Quite a
army.
lot of money. Okay, we need more guys.
The army
Thanks,
grows. New soldiers eager to fight.
They will see battle soon enough.
The spirit of man is frail, so easily corrupted. The northern tribes worship the dark gods. The chief of the Garhas, Skolden, hungers for Kislevite blood. While he lives, he will hinder your search and prey on our people. The wolf must be tamed.
He talks so slowly, doesn't he?
Urson, are you listening?
Yuri, should we stay here and let the soldiers rest?
No. We follow Skolden's trail. He must not get away.
Well, given
We
how
are
easy
not
the last
done
battle
yet.
was, I don't feel like we
Quickly.
really need any more troops or anything.
We've marched as far as we can, Yuri. The soldiers need rest. The wolf charges towards us! Quick, brother! Make ready for attack! Our only option is to fight!
Yeah.
The wolf is cunning. He waited, knowing we would come this way. Now he means to face us in open battle with renewed strength. We deploy on the high ground and make him come to us.
I mean, that's not super cunning, is it? He attacked us. It's different to the previous tutorials from the previous Total Wars because in those ones you were actually, the tutorial was integrated into the campaign, and this one is like a separate small campaign. And since I didn't especially want to play Kislev, it's antagonizing me a little bit. It's fine. It's quick enough. I'm
Yuri, we must fight this curve. The way we deploy our army is often key to victory. Position them over here. Take heed of the surroundings, brother. The battlefield is a weapon we can use against the foe. The enemy gave battle, so the onus is on them to attack. Use this to our advantage.
Isn't giving battle...
Our
giving battle
warriors
the
can
opposite
hide
of that?
behind hills and amongst the trees. See for yourself how the troops are concealed.
Yep. It's really...
Even brave Angles may waver out here in the chaos wastes. We must keep an eye on the morale of our warriors. And if it crumbles, so will our battle lines.
Ungol is really confusing me. Ungol. I'm sure I've heard that. Well, so I'm thinking of Ungor, which is like a tiny kind of beastman. And given that beastmen are relatively well known, and Kislevites aren't, it's a weird word to choose to use. But Ungol, where do I know the word Ungol from? Must be some other fantasy thing.
Leave these trees, for they are exposed and the enemy will press us in great numbers. The high ground here will serve well as a defensive position.
This is a campaign, Sof. It's like a prologue tutorial campaign.
Arrange our forces at the base of the hill. Claim the slopes for ourselves. It will give us an advantage in the heat of battle.
Oh, all right. Okay, we have to go here, and then we're going to walk to here, I guess, afterwards. Is that right? Is it... Yeah, I know.
Our warriors are ready. Give the signal, and the engagement shall begin.
I don't. I mean, this is like the 9th game in the
The
series,
wolves
so
Marauders begin their advance. Maneuver
Like,
and claim the
to
high
an
ground
extent,
before they do.
I kind of like I trust them that if they feel like a tutorial this patronising is necessary, then I guess they probably know what they're doing. But this is like, given that it's strongly recommended to me, it was like, even if you've played Total War before, make sure you play the tutorial because it's got a really cool narrative. And I mean, it's like, it's fine as the tutorials go, it's fine, but it's not exciting. I just feel a little bit like I've been put off playing the actual game, which is a shame.
The enemy reveal their mounted troops. They have the speed to run our forces down. Our spears are well suited to engage the enemy riders. Knowing how best to use our forces will bring victory.
Do you remember what beats cavalry, Abby? Spearmen, yeah.
The mounted foes charge our position. Spears, engage! Quickly!
So we need to make sure that their horsemen fight against our spearmen. And not, so we've got, because we've got some swordsmen down here. We've also got some spearmen. Yeah, they're coming. Yeah, we're getting them into position now. They're lining themselves up.
Enemy riders approach. Tackle them head on with our spears.
Oh, they're
Deploy
coming.
our archers to strike at range.
They're
Don't
coming around the back
let them
as well.
charge our rear.
Yeah,
Armored Cossacks!
kind of need these guys to do that.
Taking position! The motherland's finest!
Massive.
Land is power! For Mother Kislev!
Oh, they turned around, look!
March for Kislev!
Where are they going? Cowards, yeah, you're right. They are cowards. Well, they're just being sensible, I think. Right. Yeah.
Kislev sends
Fair
us
enough, to be
forth!
honest.
Slay them! Cossacks!
Yeah.
Armored Cossacks!
You can't push through the spear. There we go.
The main body of the enemy force approaches. Divert some units to meet them.
These guys tired out. There comes the wolf. Where are his wolves? He had some wolves in there. He's come by himself and my archers are just gonna shoot him. Yeah, well yeah, he's getting shot up by arrows and isn't accomplishing anything. He's terrible at his job.
My God!
Yeah, we are great at it. Yeah, okay, I need to send my man in to attack it. He's not going for him though.
Enemies, die!
Oh yeah, he has. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Maybe the archers will kill him, please.
Armored Cossars! We fight for Ursan!
They're still dying pretty quickly. So yeah, I'm not sure whether they've tweaked the combat mechanics or whether it's just that the prologue. No, because the speed at which those bloodlances come was insane. Wasn't it? I just ran into them and just fell over. They didn't kill anyone. So it must have been cheated. But some versions of Total War have had massively faster kill times than others. Like the early Total War games, the battles were actually slogged for hours because they would just poke each other, and unless you went round the back and charged with the cavalry, they just never died. And they changed. I think they changed it to a drone, so that like Roman infantry could kill things faster. Yeah, they're alright. Yeah, well, they're probably a bit scared that their leader is running away as well. They probably don't like it.
The wolf army flees!
Apparently they can.
Victory is ours!
The wolf routs from the battlefield. He takes the remnants of his tattered force and flees north into the wilderness.
It didn't feel close, did it? Did that feel close? I think they're
Those
not
who
using the word
follow
close
the
correctly.
wolf, I decide their fate. What would Urson do?
I don't feel like we need to repair our forces really. They're doing pretty well. I think we should probably take the money. Oh, we don't need the money either though, really. Yeah, let's repair our forces.
Blessed by Urson.
Oh.
The cur runs, yelping for his dark gods. He fears your strength.
Yeah, he took 500 arrows and then ran away. He's not dead.
Dervingard.
2 victories, Yuri. The more we fight, the greater our skill.
Yuri of the Ungols.
Right, what do we want? Oh, they've tweaked Lightning Strike. Lightning Strike is 3. So Lightning Strike is like the most important skill in the game. Because it lets you avoid fighting, like if the enemy have a huge army, you can essentially split it up into small parts and kill them bit by bit. But they've changed it to like 3 points now. It's strange. Casualty replenishment. These weren't very well balanced before, and then don't look particularly well balanced here either. I wasn't super impressed with the way the skill point system worked in the previous game. It was better in Total War Warhammer 2 than it was in Total War Warhammer 1.
Wolves howl in the north. Something disturbs them.
They howl for Skolden, a wounded animal. The stronghold is close.
The time has come to march on Dervingard and free our kin. If you do not strike swiftly, the wolf will recover. End his reign of bloodshed.
Urson guides me. Dervingard is close.
Then give the order. We're ready to march.
Everything in this has been completely linear, but it didn't tell me to equip my ring. I think that's good. I think it's a good thing that it didn't. There was a little reminder. I guess it's worth saying why I think the skill tree is bad, right? Like, I found that it didn't produce interesting results. It didn't. It was sort of like. It felt very much like there was an obvious good choice tactically, but then also I didn't find the choices very rewarding. It kind of locked you into a particular playstyle.
Is that Dervingard? North. Always north.
Okay, it stopped giving me condescending instructions now. That's good. That's a good question. I don't know. Maybe move north. Oh. I was waiting for all the enemy turns to get taken, but of course there aren't any enemy turns. Thank you.
So close.
There! I see it!
At last. Dervingard.
It's not doing well, is it?
Kislev's prince. Kill the wolf.
Or
guess it's worth saying.
Dervingard. Finally, we reached these walls.
Do not celebrate yet, Garrick. First, we must deal with the wolf.
It's really interesting what they've. So I mean I didn't get to the main menu because I went straight into the prologue. I didn't get to the race selection, but this has Kislev and Cathay and the Ogre Kingdoms. And Kislev are sort of obscure in the Warhammer setting, and Cathay are so obscure that as far as I know they've never had an army before, so they must have created the entire thing themselves. And it's really cool. Like the Creative Assembly people clearly like really care about the Warhammer setting and are really enjoying like fleshing it out and adding content to it, which is fantastic. It's like
Dervingard was built to defy the dark powers and prevent another great war against chaos. But the stronghold has fallen into ruin, blackened by those that defile its halls. It has become the den of the wolf.
yeah, it's like the like normally when you get like a a game of something or something crosses media lines, like we made a film of the game or something, they normally don't love it this much. It impresses me how much the creators obviously love the source material.
Prepare your forces carefully. You can give them precise orders to move into better positions.
If he's got any more cannons or anything, we're going to be in trouble. Doesn't look like he does though. We're not in the realm of chaos yet. So in the Warhammer world, Abby, when you go north, it gets cold. I told you about this before, didn't I? When you go north, it gets cold, and it gets colder and colder and colder, until it becomes like the magical lands where everything is like hell. So it stops being cold then. So if you really go, like, if you keep going further north, you will eventually get. I still can't hotkey my units. That seems a really irritating thing to disable during the tutorial.
You will need to organize your army to succeed here. Ensure your forces are in formation before the battle.
Okay. Is that good? Are you happy with that? I don't. Oh. Now it. I don't want to group those units. God. I don't want to group the. There we go. You have to click the units in a really specific order because I want the swordsman to be on either flank. Although it might make more sense for the swordsman to be in the middle, actually. Yeah, hang on, let's do that instead. Hang on, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, and that of course didn't work. Because now, there we go. Now I've got my spearmen on my flanks. They can be grouped 2, I guess. You can be grouped 2. There we go. No problem. Oh, hey Ty. Welcome back.
Done.
We fight for Ursun.
The archers and the horses are coming to us.
On the march!
The wolf limps into his lair. I will not give him a chance to lick his wounds. Draw your weapons. We take Dervingard back in Ursun's name.
Very odd tutorial to Total War Warhammer 3, which is a bit patronising, to be honest.
Comrades of
It's forcing me to click on a lot of controls.
Obey the orthodoxy! March for
Anything else
Kislev!
coming?
Sons of Kislev!
I liked the Total War combat engine. I played a lot of combats in it, but it does sort of encourage you to do these weird things like this, where you just charge everything into the enemy forces to annihilate them. If I kill them faster, they'll kill less of my guys, and I'm in a better position for the rest of the battle. Very strange tactical situation. I guess if you feel like doing anything, you must be idle. You should be fighting. Yeah, they keep falling asleep. And they're all dead. Guys, come on, come back. I love that their religion is just called Orthodoxy. That's really funny. I wonder what... They worship a bear. I feel like there's a... Oh, it should be called Ursodoxy. What? Oh, they missed that. Ursodoxy it should be called. Oh, never mind. Yeah, those are my archers. They're just asleep. Well, how are we... Right, so it wants us to attack the town, so we can't get through up there. We could go up... Well, I guess we're supposed to just go up the middle. Let's see. Okay, let's... I played a whole bunch of Rome 2. And a little bit of Attila. And neither of those games could cope with towns at all. And Total War Warhammer 1 and 2 did not have towns that you could fight in. Let's see if 3 has improved on the situation. Oh, we're done.
Land is power! March for Kislev!
Yeah, I mean, based on my experience so far, I think I would not recommend playing the Prologue if you've ever played a game of Total War before.
Obey the Orthodoxy!
You still looking more, what's it? Well, yeah, because they've got to where they're going, because they're in position, so I think that's what it's saying. Right, let's send the swordsman in first, because the swordsman will be better. Oh, they've got out of position now, have they done that?
Where? An effective position.
Oh. Oh.
Armored Cossacks!
Cossacks! Kislev sends us forth!
It's a little, fiddly.
Go with honor!
March with pride!
Armored Cossacks!
These archers gonna... Yeah, there we go. You guys gonna deal with this?
Comrades of the Bear!
There's a very important mod I had installed for Total War 1 and 2 that made the arrow trails, the really big arrow trails, much thinner. And these are improved actually on 2, I think. And in 2 they were really big and like white. These are a bit more subtle, they look better. Oh no, what? It's the wolves returned from the hunt. Oh no. Some warhounds.
Armored Cossacks! We fight for Ursul! Cossacks!
Yeah, it's alright, I'm ready for it. The spearman will probably make it just warhound. Soft said it looks kind of like Age of Empires. Yeah, it's because Age of Empires is an RTS, isn't it? It's, so, funnily enough, this gets classified as an RTS a lot of the time because it is a strategy game and it is in real time. But yeah, the distinctive thing about Total War is that the strategy map and the tactical map are completely separate from each other. So you move your army around on the tactical map. Sorry, you move your army around on the strategy map, and then you fight the battles on the tactical map. It's pretty good. I mean, well, so I haven't seen enough of 3. I was planning to play it, and then I saw that it had reviewed well, so I got it. But I wasn't really that impressed by Total War Warhammer 1. I was excited to try it because I enjoyed the Total War games and I love it. And I love Warhammer. Warhammer was the RuneScape of my childhood because I'm Gen X. But Honestly, Total War Warhammer 1 wasn't very good. It was kind of disappointing, technically, mechanically, and flavourfully. It just wasn't interesting. But Total War Warhammer 2 was an enormous improvement. It was so good. I can't remember if I ever actually finished a game of it, but I enjoyed it. Yeah, I played a lot. Yeah, I enjoyed it. So I'm hoping this one's going to be even further improved. And the fact that it's reviewed very well suggests that it is. So these guys not fighting. Fighting? What are they doing? So the wolf's dying. Yeah, they're killing some of my guys, but I think I could send some of these in to attack the wolves.
Follow the bear!
It's a bit less frantic than something like Age of Empires. Although when it's a complicated battle where you've got like a huge long line and you're being attacked all along the line, I tend to slow it down to 50% speed. Oh, there they go. Very ugly dogs. Not a million miles away from Torrent Capital, no, right. Now where are we pushing on through the town? I guess through here? No, because that's a dead end. Where are we trying to get to? We're trying to get to there, so we need to go along. Oh yeah, we need to go along there, okay. It's a bit of a maze, this place. See if they can figure it out. Come on, guys. Speed it up, actually, shouldn't I? It's a beautiful looking town. I mean, I guess there's something about texture depth. It looks like a miniature. It doesn't look like a big town. It looks like a tiny town. Is that something to do with texture depth? I don't know enough about them. I don't know enough about either art or graphics to answer that. But like, I feel like I'm looking at something in miniature rather than looking at something in full size. What are you guys doing? Right, where are we going? We're going across this bridge, but these guys are probably going to attack us from this side. Yeah, good idea. Can you guys hear Abby talking, by the way? Normally she's so loud that she comes across even from the other room, but she's quiet because it's late. No, Diana says I'm quiet compared to the music. Can we fix that? Yes, because that's the one that's audio. Let's just turn the music down a bit, shall we? Your headphones are a bit weak, aren't they, Abby? But I've turned my headphones down so that I can hear you talking, because otherwise I can't hear you talking. But then that means you can't hear the game music now. Yeah, never mind. It's not super interesting, is it? You can hear the characters. Yeah. What do you think about how linear it's been, Abby, to you? Is this interesting so far, or is it a bit... You like it? The realm of chaos. You want to go to the realm of chaos? Yeah, that does sound a bit more interesting, doesn't it? No, you just walk there. Well, I think so. I mean, it's a bit confused, to be honest. Like, I'm interested to see their take on it because it's changed in different interpretations of the setting. Most people that go there like in dreams. Well, sorry, no, I say that. Most of the depictions that we've had have been from people going there in dreams. Most people don't actually walk there, but in theory, all the Chaos Warriors walk there. That's what Chaos Warriors do. Because these people are the tribesmen. They live in the north. These are like the tribesmen of the north. And then they go on pilgrimages into the realm of chaos, and they either die or they return as Chaos Warriors. I might have that slightly wrong. It's basically true. Some of them, I think, just become Chaos Warriors. They fight each other a lot, and they just become Chaos Warriors by killing so many people because they love killing so much. What did Zoe say earlier? I was telling her about Korn, wasn't I? She said, oh yeah, she said, I said they love killing so much, they love to kill everybody. And Zoe said, do they kill themselves? And I said, no, why would they kill themselves? And she said, because they love killing so much. Oh, we've been attacked from behind. Oh no. Oh, that's embarrassing. Oh, luckily they've all fled and run away though. They've made an odd decision I don't think I agree with, that when you speed up time you don't get any battle sounds. And I had that issue long ago making a bullet time mod for Deus Ex, and I was really frustrated that I couldn't scale the sound files so that they were slowed down, so you get the, you know, like slow-mo sound effects, and I couldn't figure out how to do that technically, so I just played regular sound effects and it didn't matter at all. And then lo and behold, there were like a million bullet time modes in computer games and none of them bothered to slow the sound, and it's fine, it just doesn't matter. It'd be absolutely fine to have them just play sounds. It makes because often you want to play it at sped up rate because it's a bit tedious, but then you don't get to hear any of the sound. You think he looks like he's in trouble, doesn't he? I like his mod. It's a very unconventional, like Chaos Marauder. He's like a little cunning, rhythm-looking guy rather than a massive beefy dude. Let's put some characters in. I like it. He's got a real, are they feathers though? Feathers on his cloak. Okay. Yeah, he looks like a druid, doesn't he? There are druids in the Warhammer 7. They're very obscure. They live an hour. They did a whole Albion expansion where you can go to Warhammer Britain and it's rains all the time. It's quite good. Why does it rain all the time? Because it was like a fantasy version of our country. So it doesn't rain all the time. It doesn't, does it? But we say it rains. It rains more here than it does in London. There are some countries where it rains. Come on, guys. Yeah, I don't think it does rain very much. Yeah, much to look at. My guy's taking more damage than he is. Look, I've got an entire army fighting. And my hero is taking quite a lot of damage. No, he's just him by himself. He must be very tough. There we go. His sword. Should we pick up his evil magic sword? Yeah.
As the last enemy drew their final breath, a single ray of sunlight broke through the greyest of clouds. Dervingard was free.
I think this might be the end of the prologue. I hope it's the end of the prologue, to be honest.
The stronghold we had searched for, longed for, was ours. But I could not rejoice. I felt only the loss of those who had given their lives. At least the wolf was slain. Yet, even in death, his hand reached towards his tainted sword, Wolfsbane. Urson compelled me to take it. A man of faith can withstand its evil and harness its power.
Hi, Asa. Yeah, they're. It's hard to get voice actors from other countries. It's far easier to just get them from London. The sword will defend. You can get a strong blade, which will defend Kislev, or a sharp blade, which will slay our enemies. What do you think? A sharp one. You don't think that's a good evil choice? Yeah, sharp's good. Enemy killed. And we've got +3 melee attack.
Leave the sword. The weapon is cursed.
The blade is too rare to be cast aside.
You hold sin in your hand.
I hold strength in my hand.
I think I've
Nothing more.
I've seen this story before. The dreaded wolf of Dervingard's blade.
Look around you. Dervingard is infested with chaos.
We sanctify these grounds.
How, brother? How do we purge chaos from these walls?
We build a totem to Ursun. Let our devotion banish corruption.
I'm not sure about the sword, if I'm honest. Let's have a look what we got here. Oh, it's just +7 melee attack. Oh, and it sunders people. Right, active bomb. They do this thing, and I'm not convinced this is good UI design at all. They build their abilities procedurally, which is good. Like, it's good that they build their abilities procedurally, but they build their tooltips procedurally as well, which makes them incredibly difficult to read. I think what this is saying is it's something that I click, but it really needs just like a paragraph of text explaining what it does, but instead you have to kind of pick it apart.
I think I know.
What do you think it does, Abby?
I think it's like a thing where it's like strikes an arrow which does damage to enemies.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. Well, no, but I think it sunders... Oh, no, it does a bit of damage, yeah, okay. And it sunders their armor. That's not too bad. Yeah, there are some really confusing spells which are like target only self, if, condition, something. What have we got here? Oh, we've got a cartographer. Oh, didn't equip him. Okay, so we've got Wolfbane. Is it tainted? Tainted by dark power, yeah, definitely.
What does that mean?
Oh, tainted by dark power?
Yeah.
It means it's evil.
Beyond Dervingard.
Right, what are we building here? Totem of Ursun. That's not... Oh, I assumed this was a tutorial on the corruption mechanics, but it's not. We haven't... Like, there's literally... The narrative situation they just described, that it's tainted by chaos and we need to do something about it, is a mechanic that exists in this game, but for some reason they're not
I pray
tutorializing
Ursun
it.
can absolve the stronghold.
You will help us. Dervingard will be restored.
How's my army doing?
Yes?
Ah, they're fine. Oh, these archers are not doing very well, are they? Oh yeah, because they got ambushed in the rear, I remember.
Ready to
Can I build
pursue
anything?
Kislev's prince.
Yes, I can. Ooh, dervishes. They're like horsemen. You think we should build horsemen? I was going to build more archers, like Albus.
As long as they are loyal,
Just two.
good. More greased. Grow my army.
You were right. The taint of chaos recedes.
And Dervingard is truly liberated.
Once more, the light of Kislev shines in the darkness of the Chaos Wastes. Dervingard is free from tyranny.
I'm a bit worried about this cursed sword, to be honest. I do. I didn't have a choice. It was automatically equipped. Hooray! Oh god.
Word
Shouldn't be
has
my
reached
reaction,
those
should
in
it?
hiding. They return to us.
We're only like 25% done.
Frost Maiden. We are fortunate to find a magic user.
Frost Maiden. I am Kislev's daughter.
She boosts income. And she can assassinate. Right click on an enemy. Yep. Selected right click. Oh.
Zoria the Frost Maiden recounted the fall of Dervingard. The commander, Slavin Kearns, fell into madness. Tainted by the dark gods, his iron will tempered into an endless want for power. The boyar abandoned the stronghold. Taking all provisions, he left for the far reaches of the Chaos Wastes. Any who opposed him were hung from the walls. Those that remained suffered at the hands of the savage Northmen. I found Kearns' journal hidden in his quarters. His words are evidence of heresy. Ursun's judgment will be swift. If I find him, I will kill him.
We can keep the book secret, or we can show it to our brother. You think we should tell him? Sorry? I've no idea. It doesn't tell me. You won't tell me. We're honest.
A book of lies. Burn it.
The testament of a traitor. He will face justice.
Dervingard is reclaimed. Now we embark on a greater quest. Deep in the Chaos Wastes stands the citadel that howls. Within its halls lies a hidden portal. It leads to my prison. The citadel cannot be reached by mortal means. The screaming chasm prevents it. Journey to the lucent maze. Find the secret rooms. They hold the knowledge you seek.
Yeah, I think that's what it wants us to go to the Chaos Place. That sounds much better. Oh yeah, look at this. Now okay, now we're excited. Pink horrors, blue horrors. Oh, this is sounding good. Yeah, pink horrors, blue horrors. Yeah. Looks like it. No. That must be the fight we need to go and have. It does look more exciting, yeah.
Maiden of...
We leave Dervingard at first light.
Leave! We gave our word to keep Dervingard safe.
Urson confides in me. We must journey through the Chaos Waste and find the Lucent Maze. The next step to save Urson.
I think we should recruit more guys. I think that's what we should do. I think we need a very large army.
Yuri,
Do you think that's enough?
add them to the rota.
Alright, let's go.
Further north.
Where are we going? We're going there. Do we want to go the low way or the highway?
To the maze.
Oh, the
path splits.
Whoa.
Which way, brother?
Look at that thing.
Urson is silent. I must decide. Urson growls low in my ear. He tells me knowledge, forbidden by the great orthodoxy. I now know the names of the dark gods and their demonic servants. This land warps under the influence of Tzeentch, the changer of ways, the chaos god of magic, and the architect of fate. The demons that serve Tzeentch are spellcasters and creatures of arcane fire.
We want to embrace magic. Because there's no leopard excuse. Yeah, okay, fine.
Spread Urson's
Do
influence.
that? Oh yeah, look at that.
Do not defy me.
Apparently, yeah.
Urson, are you listening?
It's just occurred to me that we don't know when this is set. This could be in the distant past. But income is getting low. What? No, it isn't. What? Set a button. Resolve an issue. Oh, not moved right here. Okay. Let's just build something. Can we build anything? No.
Ready to pursue. Through the Chaos Wastes.
Cool.
Up ahead. An army beyond the tree line.
Servants of the dark gods. Demons.
It's an old-fashioned
By
spell.
campfire light, I read the journal. Why did Kearns abandon his duty? Before he left Dervingard, he made forays into the Chaos Wastes. He fought enemies and even gained the allegiance of tribes. He called such fates the Trials. They allowed him to navigate these hostile lands. If I am to survive here, I must perform these trials. The journal tells of great rewards if I do.
Okay, it's way more pumping now. Do we want to take on a trial to defeat 2 armies, or a trial to capture a stronghold? Stronghold. Okay. Capture the Mansion of Eyes. I don't know. Somewhere around here. That's not the Mansion of Eyes, that's the Lokai Palace.
Kislev's prince.
It's the end of the road. I keep waiting for the turn to go, because normally in this game the turns go by really, really slowly. So I keep waiting ages. Right.
We attack!
Oh, they're running away. Wow, they've put effort into that guy. Look at him. Oh, this is pretty cool.
So we fight!
You can now auto-resolve battles. If you're evenly matched, it's always better to fight the battle yourself. You can retrieve that. There's a game design problem and a half. Quick save. Should we do it then? Like, it's a real problem. Like, because auto-resolving of battles ought to be fair. Like, it ought to calculate it fairly. But if it calculates it fairly, it can be a disincentive to actually play the game yourself, which is really confusing. Should we auto-resolve the battle, or should we fight the battle? Yeah, we should probably fight the battle. I want to see some pink horrors. I wonder if they've implemented pink horrors so that they split into blue horrors or not. Pink horrors are kind of demon, and when they die, they split into 2 blue horrors. And pink horrors are happy, and blue horrors are sad. Like, well, they're not sad. They
Unleash your Frost Maiden's arcane power. Use her spells to secure.
She's got Ice Maiden's Kiss and Ice Sleet. Yeah, here we go. So like you have to really pick apart these to work out what they do. Duration. It's an area effect attack that slows the debuffs units, I think. That doesn't seem very useful. It's pretty cool here in the Realm of Chaos. I'll deploy my troops first. Who are these guys? Oh, they're the Outriders. They can deploy anywhere in the white area, I think. Oh, like there. They can't deploy inside the red area, that's like the enemy. That's like the enemy deployment area, yeah, exactly. The enemy, they're deploying here. There is a mechanic for deciding who gets deployed first, but I can't remember what it is.
Obey the orthodoxy!
He said orthodoxy in a way that sounded like orthodoxy. Oh, it's just one. There's one snow leopard. Look at that. I've no idea. I mean, the fact that there's one of them in the unit suggests that he's quite powerful. I don't actually know that.
Frost Maiden!
These enemies are different from what we have faced before.
Done!
Those are the blue horrors. They look like Slimer. You remember that? You remember the ghosts from Ghostbusters? They look like spiders. Yeah, those ones are giggling, and these ones grumbling. No, they're giggling as well. Oh, where's the law? That's fair enough. I'll let them off. They giggle because they're happy. They love being demons. They're really happy about being demons. They're super into it. There's some sort of rain, but I don't know what it is. It's probably not water. It's probably something horrible. It's like a rain of snot or something, I expect. Yeah. This is Forsaken. There's a Chaos Warrior, heavily mutated Chaos Warrior. See them. They're really mutated. Because the Chaos Waste is mutated. Where are they going? Oh, the ranged units, of course they are. Ah. They're throwing fire because they're demons. They've got the magical demons. Because they're demons. Creatures of magic. My guys aren't dying super fast. Oh, these ones. I love it. Oh, I should be doing spells, shouldn't I?
The enemy routes. Do we let them retreat or run them down?
Very well! Keep us vengeance!
Yeah, I should have thought that these guys are ranged attack, ranged and just sent an horse in straight away. There we go. Without the big horse. I've got a pink horror in my blood. I can't tell. Are they blue horrors? I don't know whether they've implemented that in the game. I don't see any blue horrors in the fight. I don't know if their engine supports mixing. It's possible they can't have blue horrors and pink horrors in the same game. In which case that just wouldn't work as a concept.
Attack, comrades!
Yeah, we should see that. Oh, there's the snow leopard. Interesting. I think he might be a giant pink horror. So I think he's a giant pink horror wearing a hat. Does he have a big bird beak? Yeah, I think he's a pink horror with a bird beak. It's pretty good. Yeah, I think so. Because we just won. It's going to be bedtime for you soon, okay? Ah, now we can't recruit them anymore. That's interesting. Because they're demons. We can't recruit demons, can we? Lost the option to recruit, but we can now kill them. We can execute them. They are the worst. Got a babushka.
Beyond Dervingard.
Yeah, she's been automatically equipped. Oh, we've got some armor. Wait, hang on. Which armor's which? Armor 10. Oh, we didn't equip our better armor. And we've got a new skill as well. What have we got here? Can make Zargard better. Well, Lightning Strike doesn't do very much by itself. I think it's probably not very useful in the tutorial, would be my guess. Blade Master.
Any advantage.
We can capture this set, but that's not the one it wants us to capture. Huh? Doesn't tell us where we need to go.
Yuri.
No, I think that's the quest battle. I think. I don't think that's the. Yeah. Oh. Okay, it's got a garrison.
Changers.
We should attack. Siege. Defender will start the battle with supply. Oh, this is a new mechanic. Doesn't tell me what they are, but we could attack. Furies, those are harpies. Yeah, an iridescent horror. I think it's just another big one. I think like the horrors must. I don't know much about demons of the demon army. I know about demons, but I don't know much about their army organization. I think they have big demons that lead them, but not like huge demons. You know, the bird demon I showed you earlier. I don't think they have the bird demons yet, because they'd be too strong for this tutorial probably.
Yuri, caution is required. We don't have walls to contend with, but this settlement is riddled with narrow passages and hidden areas. The enemy will have defenses in place. Plan your attack well.
No, this is a bit more interesting. It's a pretty cool outskirts of the realm of chaos settlement, because it's like presumably someone came in here and built it, but then they captured it back. The demons captured it back.
Obey the orthodoxy!
Obey the orthodoxy!
I guess we're just going in the front door. This could be terrible.
Horse raiders!
Frost Maiden.
Use your mounted troops, such as horse archers, to harass the enemy and pull apart their formations.
It's going to be tricky in this situation. Because they've got so many ranged units, if I charge into there, it's going to be a bloodbath. Ideally I want them to come to me, but I don't think that's an option.
Corsairs!
Wolf tough Kislevites!
March with pride!
I could send the horses in, I suppose. Here come the horrors. What's that? We got some sort of cannon. What is that? Oh, it's the tower. Oh, yeah, cool.
Follow the bear!
Excellent!
This is kind of wild. I love that they've gone so all in on the wackiness of the Chaos Saying. It's interesting that they've also chosen to do a sort of, what's the word? Like an accessible. They tried to make it accessible. Like, you should always try and make your game accessible, right? Thematically, they've made it. It's an interesting combination of inaccessible theme and accessible tutorial.
Armored Cossacks!
Send troops to capture enemy defenses, brother. We can use them against the foe.
The cowards fight!
Oh, maybe I should have sent in the cat thing first. Where are they going?
Obey the orthodoxy! Purge them!
Oh, that's not good.
Armored Cossacks!
Is that the enemy hero? So. Oh, she's got a little wizard staff. Oh, that's great. Oh, I love it.
We fight for Rusan!
On the march!
Spreading hoarfrost.
Horse Raiders!
Intuitively, I wouldn't expect these like light horse to win against demons, but I don't actually know. It's balanced.
Armored Cossacks!
They reworked Chaos in Warhammer a few times to make them a bit more sane.
Comrades of the Bear!
For quite a long time, demons were like ridiculously powerful. Because they were demons, they're supposed to be strong and magical, but they didn't work in the game because they were too strong. So they cost too many points, so you couldn't really have them.
Moving!
So I suspect nowadays they're not actually that powerful.
Cossacks! Slay them! To battle! Follow the bear!
I'm not being super tactical.
Over there! Hearts of ice!
I'm kind of a slog in this area.
Obey the orthodoxy!
Capture this tower if I can get around there. This is where the AI starts to get a bit confused. Yeah, okay, so they haven't... It's not perfect, unfortunately.
My duty.
The motherland's finest!
Make war! Purge them!
It's the problem is the sort of their unit, like everyone tries to stand in squares. AI doesn't interact very well with the... There isn't room to stand in a square. Like the way that these urban battles work. Unfortunately, they don't interact particularly well with each other. It's effective.
Armored Cossacks!
somewhere it's going. God, there's the other way around.
The motherland's finest!
How do I capture this one?
We fight for Ulsan! Land is power!
Getting torn to pieces here. I think I've not done this tactically particularly well.
Armored Cossars!
Oh yeah. What are they
Full
doing?
Kislevites! Doom is over!
God,
We do not
my horsemen are all being torn to pieces. I didn't quick save before this, did I?
Sons of
I like to
Kislev!
complain about it being too easy. Seems like I should also result.
Retreat, comrades!
The legendary Ungol will falters. Our warriors run from the battle. Round them up and send them back to the fight.
Orton's cause!
Yeah.
Cossards!
Yeah, all of them are dead. The ones that are greyed out are running away.
Comrades of the Bear!
Our warriors rally. Their Kislevite spirit returns. We rejoin the fight.
Armored Cossars!
I'm sure these horrors prompted much faster in the previous one. Like I charged in them and they just died, right? But here they're... Yeah.
Follow the bear!
Cossards!
That's harsh.
Kislev! Kislev sends us forth!
I don't know, it could also be me that's wrong. It's that.
Bring them down!
Find safety!
Oh yeah, he's not very well. Oh, what? Wow, I am.
Ungol Prince! Fury of the Bear!
Yeah, doggy's gone.
Land
Okay,
is
what are you doing?
power!
They seem to be just sort of stuck. Yeah, look, this unit is spread out in a massive line, and this entire wedge of guys is all just sort of stuck on the corner of it. I mean, it could just be that I'm playing very badly, but this is not making me think that we've figured out too well.
Kislevites! Moving! Taking points!
He's got to go. Oh, wow, he's got like a bomb thing, hasn't he? Let's do that.
Some fury!
Obey the
I don't
Orthodox
lose.
Church!
How did the enemy jump?
Sons of Kislev!
This is pretty helpful. It means that this square we're trying to take control of it, and then get control of this tower, I think. Oh, destroyed the tower.
Armored Cossars!
At least it's shooting. Did they destroy that tower as well? Oh yeah, it did. How do we get into the middle? Go around here. Yeah, I think I should have.
We fight for Ursan!
Back to the total introduction of titles.
My god!
Running away.
We're in real trouble catching him, aren't we? These guys are getting shot up by a tower.
Force of ice! Whatever Urson asks!
Attack!
Yeah, it says metal means the type of magic, which is weird. I wouldn't expect him to know metal. I would expect him to know Tzeentch. There's like different kinds of magic, and metal is one of the types of magic. Yeah, Tzeentch is one of the types of magic. Dying, is he? This is tricky. No, he's just quite damage resistant and like keep running away, so whenever my guys catch him, he just runs off. Right, so how are they? I guess I need to send someone to capture this
Force for Keithlin!
so that it stops firing at us.
The motherland's finest!
Yeah, we can get it stopped. Oh god, my leader's at half health though. What is this AI trying to accomplish? Like, we're just gonna go and win, right? Like, if I get these guys to the middle, then I'll just win, I think. I thought it would probably be a good idea to attack that guy since he was nearby, but apparently not. Oh, now he's surrounded. Now given up, he's surrounded.
Bring them down!
Yuri Barkov. Ursan's fury!
Okay, I'll send the spearmen to the middle. Swordsman to
Hearts
kill
of ice! Annihilate them!
He's pretty comfortable. Yeah, it gives me. It thinks who's going to win the fight based on the damage being taken. Is he going to die before he finishes off my people? But it thinks that he's going to die first. Hollow victory. We technically won. We only lost 600 men.
They've only got 12 from him.
Yeah, I mean we did win, but we did very badly. Oof, look at that. Massacre. Lost our wizard. Oh, not good, is it? Yeah, we can hire more people, but... It really wants me to study every interface in detail. Oh, the wizard's not dead, she'll come back, that's good. Upgrade a settlement to tier 5? What? Tier 5? That's insane. Tier 5? That's an incredibly long That's really, really long to get to tier 5. That can't be right, can it? That's crazy. This is such a
Ignore the
weird...
eyes.
Honestly, this is such a weird piece of content because, like, I was quite excited to play Chaos in this game, and it's like, why not play the prologue where you get to play Kislev? And the story they appear to be telling is pretty fun, but I still don't really want to play Kislev. But it appears this tutorial prologue is really long, which is really confusing. Kossars, armored Kossars, and Streltsy. Melee attack for Zargard.
I have honed my skills. Do not defy
So
me.
strange. Oh, we can hire our snow.
Good. More greased. Grow
more
my army.
archers. I guess it's not really
Fury.
available. Because we can just keep hiring
Add
more
them to
guys.
the rota. Do not defy me. Good. More greased. As long as they are loyal,
Looks like we just need more
changes
guys.
lands. I will find you, God Bear. Spread Ursun's influence.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know if it will look better. Yeah, you can use the arrows. It'll just move between them easily. Do we have a world map yet? We still don't have a world map, do we? Oh, at least I know where I am now. I'm in the wrong chaos. What does it want us to build? It wants us to build shrine. Oh, that's fancy. Extra growth, lower recruitment cost, extra income. Armored Kossars, Streltsy, hybrid unit, armored armor piercing, gun great axe, awesome. Gun great axe unit. War Bear Riders. Those do sound good, don't they? Little Grom, siege artillery. Zargard. Okay, so we'd need a. But this is just a tier 3 settlement, so. I think probably just want income now.
Further north. Ignore the eyes.
Wander off and do something else. Where are we going?
Keep moving.
Oh, look at that thing. Oh, that's so cool. This is a very Tzeentch bit of the Chaos Wastes right here. No, that can't be true. I was wondering if this was like the old man when he was younger. There was an old man in the earlier Warhammer games, but it can't be the old man when he was younger because he's hearing the whispers of the bear. Oh, I don't know. I think we probably should have taken the one. Wait, what do we need to conquer? We need to conquer the Mansion of Armies, which is this. Oh well, we know this time to not. I mean, I guess because the turns are going by so fast, it doesn't take as long to build up the settlements as it would have done otherwise. Just building loads and loads of stuff all the time.
We came upon ruins. A village of hide tents dominated by a totem of a white crow. They belonged to Northmen, enemies of Kislev who worshipped Tzeentch. On the ground, smeared in blood, was the emblem of the traitor Slavin Kerns. his army had slaughtered the tribe. No mercy was given, but I felt no pity. In these forgiving lands, would the Northmen have treated us any different?
That'll make us happy for a little bit, but on the other hand, we could have loads of money, which we could spend on stuff. I think we should get all the money. You don't want to do that. I don't know, I just don't think the leadership bonus is very useful, and I think the money would be quite useful. So I'm going to take the money.
I like the good option.
Well, it's not that good.
The markings on the bodies. I've seen them before.
Runes of chaos. Kern's branded them with dark prayers.
How can you read them?
I took his journal from Dervingard. It deciphers the symbols.
Grade Ice Maiden's Kiss. Okay, the wizards come back.
Maiden of the Frosts, gifts of winter.
Changers, lads. We are not done yet.
Oh, they've sped up the default movement speed of armies. I hadn't noticed that. That's good. Target an enemy settlement, army or hero with one of your Ice Maiden's abilities. Sure. What's this? Warbear Riders. Definitely need that. Fort Dervingard. Oh, I see. This is a special Fort Dervingard building, right? Okay. Okay, sure. Can we build? Wow, these are all fancy. Melee attack. Oh, what? This is new. Like bonuses for all armies. I wonder if this is a Kislev only mechanic or if this is a new thing in this game. I can make all my units stronger. All Kossars and armored Kossars, all heroes. Melee attack for Kossars. Should we build that? Or I could build an income building. Normally I would build an income building, but I'm not really clear. I'm not really clear how this is balanced. Like in a long game, you're kind of in for a long slog, and you need all the income buildings you can get. But I kind of keep assuming that this is going to end soon, but then I'm just confused. Right, he wants me to use a sorcerer's ability, so let's do that. Assault unit. Oh, look at those things.
Frost's fury upon them.
They've unlocked ice guards with swords.
Spread Urson's influence.
There they are, ice guards with swords. Cool.
Add them to the road.
Wintertide's child.
It's going to be bedtime for you at the moment, okay?
Yuri.
I am Kislev's sword shall provide.
Urson, are you listening?
What?
We attack!
Take the Mansion of Eyes? Ooh, there's quite a lot of them.
So we fight!
Okay, I'm going to encircle the settlement. I don't know how you starve out. I don't know how the logic of this works, because they're demons, they don't need to eat food, right? So we can't really starve them out. I imagine they're just thinking that. Why?
Fight, my kin, fight!
Well, they're powered by magic, so like the wind, you see the... oh, actually, have we got it? Can you see the winds of magic here? I'm not sure. Yeah, like you see these sort of wispy magic that get from the far north there's like a crack in reality and the magical power is flowing out of it, and that's what's creating the demons and allowing them to keep existing. So they're kind of like breathing in air, it's like magical air. So you can't really stop that from getting into the settlement by surrounding it. I guess we could like draw magic runes around the outside or something to stop the magic from getting in. Maybe, yeah, there we go. Totally explained it. I've spent all my money on upgrades now. That may not have been wise.
Fighters, cowards!
We want some. They're not coming out. We
are Arson's
How
claw!
does this work? Turns remaining until garrison is wiped out from attrition. Okay, so in 6 turns they'll just all die.
We attack!
No problem. Oops.
So we fight!
It's nice that it's sort of blasting through turns so quickly. Passive ability. There we go, right, so this is one I find confusing to read. Augment area. Effect range infinite. What does that mean? Armor plus 15, missile block chance 12, triggers when casting a spell, enabled if casting. Duration 11 seconds. I think that's saying that while she's casting, she gets an armor bonus? I think that's what that's saying. For 11 seconds, when she casts a spell, she gets an armor bonus. I don't know why the effect range is infinite rather than something like self. And I don't know why it's an augment area. Is it possible that it...
I think it was cast something on the whole battlefield, which
Or do you think she casts it and it makes armor for everybody? But why does it say enabled if casting triggers when casting a spell? I don't get it. That's like, it really needs a... Oh, sorry, it says blades and arrows free solid in the bitter winds of ice magic that shield the warriors of Kislev, but that still doesn't tell me. No, it's a passive ability, so it can't be cast. So it must be that whenever she casts a spell, she gets an armor bonus, but that doesn't seem useful. That doesn't seem like a useful thing to have. I don't get it.
Frost.
Oh yeah, there we go. Death Frost, that sounds good. I don't know what it does, but it sounds good.
To battle!
Is that worth having? Plus 3,000 gold to spend on growth? I'm not sure it is. How's our growth? Well, the growth numbers are quite high here, so we need a lot though. Yeah, I guess because we've got an achievement to do it, so I guess we better do it.
Now we color the snow red.
I guess it's not. It's kind of odd. Like it's kind of a slow and tedious thing to do. Oh, hang on. Now this, I want to demolish that. The growth, because these have grown. Oh, this one hasn't finished growing. These growth buildings help the settlement grow to a larger size. So once it's at full size, there's no reason to have growth building anymore. So just demolish it. It's kind of, I guess it's fine. It's a strategy game. I'm leveling up my stuff, right? It's fine. Dervingard. Income 300, income 4. Oh, here we go. Right, they're coming out to attack. Oh, look, they've all been horribly massacred. Okay, I'm going to auto resolve that because that'd be really boring to actually want to fight. They've all been weakened by attrition. They've been hiding in there, and they're all super weak. So now they're
Fight, my king,
just going to
fight!
die horribly. Okay. Yeah, essentially, yeah. It tries to predict how the battle would go, and then also calculates it. Then it'll say predicted defeat, and then if you auto resolve it, you'll lose.
So then, if it says you'll lose, then you should wait it.
Probably, yeah, because you might win. If you're good at the game, you might be able to win a battle that it thinks you should lose. Follow a gained student. take the...
What waits in these hidden chambers?
A chest of scrolls. Knowledge to harness.
Leave it! We have no need of dark magic.
We fight alone. We use whatever we can.
Yeah, dark magic's a really good idea, isn't it? Oh, technology. Although I'm not, I mean, this isn't super dark, is it? What we got here? We're going to learn the dark magic of bartering. Not sure about this narratively. Like, income.
We use what we can out here.
Ah,
We are not done yet.
Oh, our army's full now.
Are you to be trusted? Do not define
We've got now ice
Good.
guards.
More grease.
Glaive. Yeah, glaive is like a spear. Like a spear with a kind of an axe head.
Further north.
Sure.
Any advantage.
How are we doing for objectives? Trial of the Ataman, upgrade a settlement to tier 5. And then win the Lucent Maze battle.
Ignore the eyes. Kislev's prince.
Guess we're ready to go and fight these guys. Why can't we attack them?
I forbid it. Impossible.
Possible.
Garrick, this is unwise.
What? Why is it? Oh, because I think because we just conquered it this turn, so they can't move again this turn. There's an eye living in the ground.
Changers lands.
Right. We need to get you to bed. I will put Abby to bed, I'll be back in a minute. Right, Abby seemed quite excited for this campaign, so I think what I'm going to do is save it, because I quite like the actual factions I want to play. So I think I'm going to save it here and try out something different. Kislev Expedition. Sure.
This world has been sundered by a tide of arcane energy. The winds of magic churned into a maelstrom. The Tome of Fate drew me north to find out why. It guided me to a distant fortress steeped in blood. A battle was fought there. Though long over, the spirits still lingered. In the shadow of a broken portal, the trail ended. It was here the tome conversed with the dead. They told of Urson, the Bear-God of Kislev, lost in darkness. A noble prince ventured to save him, yet he strayed from the path and was corrupted by chaos. Savior
I guess that's the
became
story we were just doing.
executioner. A single shot, bound in faith forsaken, pierced Urson's heart. And so the Bear-God roared. The tide that broke the world. Spirits, where lies Urson now? Is he here, in the north?
Beyond the maelstrom, in the realm of chaos, in the forge of souls.
Is he alive?
Wounded and dying, embraces in shadow.
What shadow? A demon's?
A master of the dark.
I knew who shackled the bear. Be'lakor. Only a fool would challenge Be'lakor. And yet, the power of a dying god, there is no greater prize. A mere drop of Urson's blood would break my curse, ending my servitude to this accursed book. Free to profit from its secrets. But Urson is locked in the Forge of Souls, deep in the realm of chaos, and I cannot enter this nightmarish domain. All routes have been sealed by the Maelstrom. There must be a way. The tome unveils a spell to summon a portal. One to bypass the Maelstrom and create a door into chaos. Knowledge to bargain, for I need an ally. One who is tempted by the power of the God Bear and can withstand the horrors within.
I need an ally who is tempted by the power of the God Bear. That is a great line of dialogue. I'm not entirely convinced for the rest of this story, but that is a really solid line of dialogue. Okay, do I want to play Demons or Tzeentch? The Ungol Prince. Oh, okay, that's a faction that's like the Ungol Prince must be the character from the prologue. Okay, I'll play Tzeentch then for now because I haven't finished the prologue. It's a very strange structure to have like a long, it's not mandatory, but a long, highly recommended prologue, which takes a long time to complete and then sets up the plot of your kind of open-ended strategy game. That's a very strange way to set it up because like a big part of the draw and the appeal of this sort of game is that you can play whatever faction you like. Like that's kind of the point. I didn't buy this game to play Ogre Kingdoms, right? Like, so it's very strange that it sort of like, hey, why not play Kislev for a long time? Tzeentch is the master of manipulation. Yeah, sure, let's go.
We have mocked them all.
We've mocked them all. Chaos Fate Weaver. Okay, so there's only one lord per faction. Is that right? It's interesting. There are five. So there are five. I thought they would be like Chaos Warrior factions, but they're all demon factions. There are 5 demon factions. That's crazy. Like this is wacky. I kind of love it. I love how wacky it is. Right, and then this is like a customizable demon prince. That's really great. It recommends this. How odd. Okay, these guys have.
The voice of Kislev's gods.
These guys actually do have multiple. Okay, so they're effectively it's effectively one faction with 4 different generals, except that then their units are kind of different. Yeah, that makes sense.
Supreme Master of
And
the
then these
Storm.
guys are like, I mean, yeah, that's kind of what you'd expect. Yep, yep, they're going full on Rougier.
Son of dragons.
I think there's like basically no Cathay lore anywhere in Warhammer, so they're just going. I guess, yeah, full fantasy Chinese. Why not?
Ultimate
Lovely.
all that lives.
Oh, what's he look like? Oh, it's the boss from like the boss creature from 300, I think. Wasn't there like a giant? Didn't they have like a giant ogre with hooks for hands? So, how weird. Right. Well, I'm going to try Tzeentch for now and see how it goes. I kind of assumed that it would be more. It's obviously my fault for making assumptions. I kind of assumed this would be focused more on like Archaon and the invasion of Chaos, like kind of because they kind of hacked that in into Warhammer 1. It wasn't very good. Maybe that'll be the premise of the. There's going to be like an expansion which adds like the whole world. This map is crazy. Why is this? Oh, that's Norsk? Is that Norska or is that the Empire? I'm not actually sure. Is this the Realm of Chaos, or is that Norska or is this Norska? I think this must be Norska. And so then this is the Realm of Chaos. That's a really cool map. So does this go round to the? That must be Cathay then. And is this Nagarond? I think this is Nagarond. That's really cool. Oh, I'm way more pumped by this than I was by the tutorial. Enemy reinforcement time prediction accuracy. Okay, interesting. Not sure about the old man being a protagonist character.
The Silvered Tower, refuge of Kairos Fateweaver, the most powerful of all demon sorcerers. I found the great conjurer searching for a spell to pass through the maelstrom, but his scribe scoured every book in vain. I told him of Urson, held captive in the Forge of Souls, but he dismissed my wisdom.
We already know of Be'lakor's plot, for I see the past, and I see the future.
But you are blind to the present. You did not see the maelstrom, nor can you decipher a path through it.
The Tome of Fates holds the answer, the spell we search for. Kill him, brother. Take it.
Only I can use it. The tome is bound to my soul.
We can unpick it. No, let him serve us. For one drop of god blood, I have foreseen it.
Peck out the eyes of Urson. Use their power to view the present.
The sight of a god. The past, present, and future. All will be ours to see.
That's not a super imaginative choice of voice acting style for that character. That's a bit. I feel like a Lord of Change should be a bit
is
more.
The eyes of the god bear. For a god's sight has the power to see all.
Interpret the Tome of Fates. Tell us what you believe to know. Born of the Deceiver.
At once, great oracle. Soon her way to bypass the maelstrom and enter the realm of chaos will present itself. That you already know, I'm sure. But to the present, there is much we can do to ensure our forces are optimal. We have come to the Valerie, but a better staging post for Cathay's invasion is to our north. Taking it by force would be a waste. Instead, use your Tzeentchian cunning to coax the inhabitants of Bloodwind Keep to our cause. Not everyone needs such persuasion. The settlements further along should easily fall into your talons through physical might. And there,
Oh, wow.
the great bastion
Oh, that's
of
cool.
Cathay. By your design, underlings Changer have already taken the Snake Gate and infiltrated the Dragon Empire. Take advantage and invade before the Bastion's powerful guardian can plug the gap. Once within Cathay, you and your minions can tear it apart. But that is just one destiny open to you. To the south are many scattered tribes who serve no master. Tools to expand your influence across the Chaos Wastes. And in the east, the Ogre Kingdoms are entrenched in their mountain camps. Your ability to teleport will allow you to scour the mountains of their hungry souls. The fates reveal much. It is your will that will weave them into a power base that shall take us into the realm of chaos and to the dying god. Let us begin.
Okay, I'm pretty pumped to have a lot of change straight away. Servants of Tzeentch will automatically wage war on any non-chaos factions. Makes sense. Followers of Tzeentch collect grimoires from battle chaos cults and library buildings. Oh right, okay, yeah, cute. Okay, we have grimoire. Oh no, we still have gold. Oh, is it called Favour? Okay. This is one of the things that wasn't very exciting about Warhammer 1, was like all the factions basically run on gold. It depends whether you build gold mines or not, really. Probably do. They magically manipulate their rivals to gain information, alter diplomatic standings, or compel them to form actions. That means Tzeentch may use stances to teleport. Tzeentchian factions participate in the Great Game, vying with other followers of Chaos to spread the most corruption.
You doubtless foresaw that your stronghold would come under attack. Confront the misbegotten fools who march against you, and put a swift end to their wretched lives.
This guy has been the narrator of this game for 3 games now, and his whole tone is so grating to me. Like, he's like, "Mighty One, you must do this action," and it's just like, what? I get they've sort of put some story into this one to explain why he's working with the different factions at least, which didn't really happen in the first 2. It's like, why is he the advisor to the Orc War Chief? What is even going on here? Defeat an army belonging to the Imperial Wardens.
I am no one's slave.
Okay, let's have a look around the map. This is cool. It's really cool though. Like, I mean, I'm complaining about minor things, but I'm actually super pumped. Okay, we can't look at the map though because we're so far north. That, I guess, is the end of Norska. This must be Norska here. So then this is Kislev? Oh no. Ostland. Oh, wait. I didn't expect there to be so much of the Empire on the map. Is that all of... Yeah, that's the whole of the Empire. That's crazy. I thought this map would be focused essentially around the realm of chaos, but it's quite a lot of... That's really interesting. So there's this Kislev up here. I think this is Kislev, but I'm not 100% sure. Frozen Sea. Eastern Oblast. Yeah, this is Kislev here. Yeah, okay. But then, okay, so then we've got a little bit of Tzeentch territory here. They must have made all this up. Like, I don't think this is detailed in the game, unless there's probably some Chaos book I haven't read, but I don't think there's much detail on this part of the world, so I think they must have just made up a huge amount of this, which is cool. Like, I really appreciate what they've done. So they've got, oh, okay, yeah, oh, no, that's neat, okay. So their version of Cathay has a wall to keep the chaos, to keep the realm of chaos out. That's so cool. Okay, oh, but that's an interesting, so no, but wait, this is the destruction caused by the, presumably by the end of the prologue. Oh, that's a shame. Because, like, the cool thing about the Chaos Waste is you can just walk there, right? But they seem to have, like, okay, so what we're trying to do is, like, I guess take control of bits of the world so that we can then teleport to a final battle inside at the end. That's a bit less cool. I can see why they've done that structurally, but it's a bit of a shame. Right, how do I get to the world map? Do I just zoom out? Maybe I just zoom out, yeah. Okay, so what am I supposed to be doing? I'm supposed to be attacking Cathay. So my victory condition is to complete Khorne, Nurgle, Slanesh and Tzeentch realms. Okay, so there's like quests I have to go on then, I guess. Destroy the following factions, and they've already been destroyed. That's a bit weird. Imperial Wardens have wandered far. Snake Gate has been destroyed. Is everything an individual? Oh no, look, that's a... I was wondering whether all the settlements were individual settlements, but no, they're still grouped into 4s and 3s and things.
There is hostile influence here. Kairos, Fate Weaver.
Oh, Soul Grinder. What? This is a wacky army, I love it. This, I'm kind of intrigued to think about like what this would be like from the point of view of like someone who's never played Warhammer before. Oh, sorry, Izzy, I didn't see you were talking. Sounds funny to me when people say teleport instead of teleport. Teleport, teleport, teleport. Yeah, I say teleport rather than teleport. Don't know. But yeah, teleport is a very English way of saying it. Is this exciting for someone who's never played Warhammer? Like, I've just got this wacky army full of craziness. I think this wouldn't be to my tastes if I wasn't someone who knew Warhammer from like my childhood. I just feel like, what even are these units? This isn't a very grounded setting. Where are my spearmen and stuff? But as it is, I'm super excited. Got technology. 100. Oh, I see. It's the number of grimoires. Right. Changing of the ways, reveal shroud. Oh, does that just unlock the world map? Because if so, I want that. Yeah.
This was required.
Oh, didn't it tell me I had to do something to like capture a settlement? What was it? Was it Budwin Keep? So I should. There was something I should do to it to capture it somehow. I don't know how. Push and pull the winds of magic. Oh, what? That's great. Oh, that's great because I'm the god of magic. I can manipulate the wind. Oh, that's really cool. I imagine it probably doesn't do very much, but oh, what do we got here? Changing of the ways. Oh, I see. That's what reveal shroud is, right? Okay. Oh, that's still cool. Reveal the shroud over all of a faction's territory. Oh, this is great. This is exactly the sort of stuff like when I said like Warhammer 1 wasn't great and Warhammer 2 was better. The problem with Warhammer 1 is the factions didn't feel very individual. Like, you could play as the Empire, which was fine. They were just boring and vanilla faction. Didn't really have any of the cool Empire politics, but like they were just a boring vanilla faction. But then you play as the Vampires, and they basically exactly the same as the Empire. Like, they didn't really play any differently, even though they had a completely different like economy and type of troops, and all their armies are undead and stuff. It didn't actually feel different to play, really. But this is great. This is loads of like crazy, like, you know, as a being Tzeentch, I can do stuff. Perform. A settlement must be selected. Okay, so if I... Oh, I need 400 grimoires. Interesting. Am I the Order of Tzeentch? Is that my faction name? How do I find that out? And diplomacy screen, I imagine. Yes, oh, Oracles. Oracles of Tzeentch, hang on. So I don't want to give it to the Order of Tzeentch. Let's try that again. Transfer settlement to the Oracles of Tzeentch. Oh, did I just misread it? Yeah, I just misread it. So it would cost me 400 grimoires to do that. Presumably I can also corrupt the land a bit. Oh well, let's just go win this battle first. What a great
Battle
walk
is
animation.
upon us. Study your options carefully. The enemy are close. Blood will be spilled.
I mean, starting with the Lord of Change seems a little bit unfair. I imagine they've balanced it so that they're not as powerful as they should be, but or probably not at level 1. Oh, it's telling me all about Tomb King's mechanics. What a strange, what an odd thing to put on the loading screen. Here's a mechanic that Tomb Kings use, which is neither of the battles that are taking place. Oh, is he flying? Oh, great. I realised he's got wings. I wasn't expecting him to be flying. That's great. Oh, I love it. And a flamer in a chariot. Is that a flamer? I think it's a flamer. Oh, are they called flamers now? I think so. Oh, that's wacky. There's the soul grinder. Oh, hello. Not quite so convinced by him. That's very much a Khorne thing. I think this is like they want to sell models, so they made them. Khorne uses technology, and they have this really cute thing where like time doesn't mean anything in the realm of chaos. So like armies of Khorne can use like technological units from Warhammer 40,000 under very specific circumstances, which kind of suits like the idea is like he loves war so much. He thinks the coolest kind of war is like weapons from the future because they can kill people more. So he sends them to the Warhammer world. I had a Beastman with a melter gun back in first edition Realm of Chaos. But it doesn't quite feel like Tzeentch. Like this is like absolutely 100% Tzeentch. Like this man he's not only floating, he's floating on a thing which is being pulled by something else that floats, and also he's got books that float. That is 100% Tzeentch. This guy not so much. So what do I do with the pink horrors? Wait. Blue horrors. The blue horrors in the tutorial were ranged units, but these ones seem to be melee units. What's channel magic do? Oh. What does that mean? Drain magic. Oh, okay, it's just reroll, right? Okay. Well, I don't really know how any of my units work, so
may
let's just give
only
it a
be
go.
reached through rigorous training. Even the most skillful of generals must practice their craft.
I don't know if there's a battle on there, thank you. This is, yeah, I'm a bit taken aback by the odd structure of like, why not play our extremely long tutorial story to explain. Like, I'm super pumped to be playing Tzeentch. I'm super pumped to have like a cool world map that's centered around the North Pole. But yeah, it's very odd that it sort of put me in this situation of like I didn't really want to finish the very long, boring thing.
To position your troops accurately in battle, my lord. Drag out your formations for best effect.
Don't get me wrong, I absolutely love this spider thing. It just feels like he belongs in a different faction. It's freaking sweet. Because the demon engines of Tzeentch are like they had towers, didn't they? Like silver towers, like floating towers. I want one of those. I want like a tower that flies around and shoots bolts at people. So can these guys fire? They can't. Those ones can. Is that weird? Maybe it's an upgrade to them that lets them shoot or something. I don't know. Peasant archers. Peasant spear. Oh dear, peasants. Oh dear, oh dear. Oh dear.
The enemy waver, my lord. Their
Oh
troops
dear.
begin to flee. Run the cowards down.
I mean, usually there's a starting battle which is quite easy. Oh no, they're firing now. Why are they firing now? Yeah, they do have ammunition. Maybe they just... That's strange.
Yes.
Seems a bit unfair, doesn't it? Meanwhile, Kairos is taking absolutely ages to deal with this one unit of archers. What are you doing, dude? Do some pink fire, come on. Let's get this. Some blue fire. Yeah. Let's do some blue fire. Oh, I wasn't, to be fair, yeah, I was attacking in melee. And that is not the way. My whole tone has changed, it's really funny. Like, I was not excited at all to play Kislev, but I'm super pumped to play Tzeentch.
Victory is yours, my lord. But what about the fate of those captured in battle? It can be beneficial to hold them, but sometimes leniency or brutality can be worth more.
Okay, we can get more winds of magic. We can eat them. Winds of magic power reserve. Oh, okay. So the army has a certain amount of magic. That's neat. Because lore-wise, they can't get too far away from the realm of chaos because the amount of chaos magic in the sky is not enough to sustain them.
Kairos, Fate Weaver.
Summon more demons to your cause, Great Oracle. You will need a large host of puppets for the wars to come.
Eternal Scryer.
So what can we get? Like it used to be like an in-game thing. When a pink horror is slain, it is been replaced by a pair of smaller blue horrors. Okay, they do. Yeah, I was just talking about earlier. It says they do.
Victory.
As surly as their predecessors were joyful. Yeah, the lore's all there. Oh, okay, no, right. So, but that's the lore of them. But I don't think they've actually implemented that. Yeah, this is the kind of thing I mean about like, yeah, I mean it's better. It's a lot better than in Total War 1, but I probably wouldn't point out the lore that the game doesn't implement. Like, if you're not going to implement it for some technical reason, that's fine, but don't like draw attention to it in the unit lore text if you're not going to do it. That's a strange thing to do. So pink horrors have a missile infantry. Okay, so they've got like 5 shots. They've got 5 shots of a magical flaming attack. And then this chariot thing is just mental. Can we recruit more?
It is determined.
Do I want Furies? No, I probably want like an actual line of battle first. His voice is... I don't know, it just doesn't... He sounds like a gribbly monster, and Lords of Change aren't gribbly monsters. They're like extremely intelligent, cunning, conspiratorial creatures. And he sounds like Raksha. I wonder if he is Raksha. Could be the same voice actor, I'm not sure. Right, what do we got here? Slither of Potential. That's cute. That's good. That's a good pun. I like this isn't even remotely a building. That's great. Like they haven't even tried to make it a building. It's just a concept. Like the building is just a concept. What have we got here? Dimensional breach. Yeah, okay, yeah. That's a bit abstract, but fair enough. A soul keep. You cannot convert to this building. Oh right, okay. Oh, interesting. wait, what's the difference here? So I can make my settlements can either be dimensional breaches or soul keeps. So what's the low one? Income, defensive supplies, growth, Tzeentch corruption, income, defensive supplies. That one doesn't do Tzeentch corruption. Chance of removing a trait gained from visiting the realms of chaos. And when outside Ogre or Norscan homeland adds walls, provides garrison. What? What does that mean? Grants one construction. How odd. When outside Ogre or Norscan homeland. I guess that. Oh, okay. Is that saying, like? No, but why Ogre and Norscan? I don't understand the significance of Ogre and Norscan. It would make sense that, like, if I go to certain places, like if I go too far from the realm of chaos, I can't have demons in my garrison because the demons can't survive that far away. I don't understand what the significance of Ogre and Norscan homeland is. Macy said, I like the trope of the Poles being hellish or eldritch. Yeah, no, it's really cool. It's a really cool thing about the one I'm saying. Like, it's kind of like a more extreme version of the Game of Thrones, like, the North is scary. It's like the North is scary, not because it's full of Scottish people, but because it's full of, like, it's like a portal to hell itself. And actually, like, well, they don't have Scottish people in Warhammer, but, like, the Russians are in the way, and then the Norse are in the way, and then beyond that, it's just awful. The Chaos Dreadholds. I'm not seeing the difference. Tzeentch corruption. I'm not clear why I would or wouldn't build either. They're obviously different. They have different stats, but I'm not. This one makes recruitment cheaper. This one makes building cheaper. Why does this? But like, why does it exist? Why am I allowed to choose? I don't get it. I'll build. How much money have I got? Do I want to build think horrors? Yes, I think I do. What's this? Court of the Covenant. Forsaken of Tzeentch, Spawn of Tzeentch, Chaos Knights of Tzeentch, Doom Knights of Tzeentch. That sounds fancy. What have we got here? Spark to make Screamers. Screamers used to be called Discs. And then they were like, Discs is such a dumb name, we should call them something cool. And now they're like Manta Rays, which are a lot better. Flamers, Exalted Flamers, Burning Chariot, Lord of Change, Cultist, Soul Grinder, Walls. I think we want growth for now, don't we? That's always the most important thing. Ooh, Grimoires per turn, that's probably something we want as well, isn't it? No, I think we'll go growth first, and then Grimoires.
It shall be.
What's this? Oh, something else. Unholy Manifestations. Campaign movement. Upon completion. Cooldown upon activation 15 turns. Campaign movement disabled. Oh, does this let me, like, cast a spell? Target an army belonging to you in enemy territory, right? Okay, so we have to walk into enemy territory and then we can cast a spell. I assume. These guys then, right? Neutral chaos guys. Your ally Sarthoriel's Watchers has begun construction on an outpost in your settlement, the Valerie. Once the construction completes, their units will join this. Oh, cool. Factions may construct outposts within the fortified settlements of their military allies or vassals. Oh, cute.
While others rely solely on brutality to conquer, the followers of Tzeentch have more subtle means.
He's saying Tzeentch in such an affected way. I can hear the. We had the exact same problem with Zetkar. Like, it's hard to get the voice actors to say it naturally because it's not a word they're comfortable with. They're so focused on like making sure they get the pronunciation right. So he has a little pause every time he says it. I think that the T should be more silent than he is doing it. We require Bloodwind Keep to facilitate the invasion of Cathay. Taking it by force is not the only option. We can alter reality. That sounds like a good idea. Let's do that. Right, so I was gonna... Why are you guys not moving? Oh. I know, I already opened all of these interfaces. Change of the ways. Grimoires. Transfer settlement. Right, but I can't, can I? Because I don't have enough grimoires, do I? So thanks for that. Right, go here. I love his goofy walk animation, it's great. Outpost, so where do I see the outpost? Outpost details. Ah, that's cool. Oh, I wonder if they've gone on, because this was kind of a thing. Skaven could do this, like build enemy, like outposts in enemy buildings. Provides allied recruitment. So here are Sarthuriel's Watchers. Are they the guys that are in here? The master deigns it. Yes. Well, Temptress is one of those guys with the big horn beak.
We move with the current.
That's what, I wasn't sure what they would do with Cathay, but they've gone full like fantasy China, which is super fun. So it's a bit like, what's the right word? You know, it's a stereotype. It's a fun stereotype.
Ancestors, watch over us.
What was I going to do? I was going to do this. Was that Scriveners of Insanity? Can I do that? Tzeentch is interesting because they don't lean particularly hard into Lovecraftian tropes. I mean, I guess horrors are a little bit Lovecraftian, a little bit, but not really. Like, it's not. And then, like, I mean, there were some like giant towers with tentacles in that intro, but it's not like there's no like shock. I guess Chaos Spawn are quite Lovecraftian, but they don't usually drawn that way. Who are the Flaming Scribes?
Supreme sorcery.
These guys are, I guess, my ally. Are they my allies? Flaming Scribes.
Power magic.
Yeah, they're not super bothered. Not super bothered.
Come see what boons I have for you.
Okay, there's a lot of diplomatic information here. This is telling me non-aggression pact. Is that saying right? Okay. Oh, this is good. Okay, this is really missing from all the previous Total War games. Like, diplomacy is so annoying in most Total War games, but in this one they've added in some. This is like a numerical explanation of why they do or don't want to do it. So I can control relative faction strength, distance, baseline. Oh, okay, right, cool. And then you can, right, that's fantastic. That's really good that they've added that. Because you can sort of add gold bit by bit to see if you can get up to the point where they will accept it. Don't on a non-aggression pact. Not really at this stage. Okay. That's me then. more laws of change? No, I can't. Oh, interesting. Okay, I can only recruit. I don't know what these guys are called. Are they called heralds? Yeah, heralds. Like powerful pink horrors. Wencelessness Tome Stealer. That's a great name. Changeal Ketchitsone. Why would I ever want the Law of Metal? That sounds rubbish. Do I need another army? I don't think I do at this point. Let's just get that stuff. So hopefully that will give me a load of tomes for doing this. Recruit 20 units. Oh yeah, I'm not enjoying his voice acting at all. No, sorry, not the voice acting, but like like for some characters, I feel like that could work well, but it just doesn't. That doesn't feel right to me at all.
Oracle of Tzeentch.
Wants me to recruit a lot of guys, right? So can I now champion the ways? 285.
Demos iridescent.
Yep. I mean, that's like...
ally has joined your ranks. Embed them in your army.
Our home is manipulated!
What's the objective? Send a hero to join your army. Okay, fine. So what's this, an iridescent horror, which I think is a hero. The demon, I mean, it's...
Every settlement requires labyrinthine schemes to usurp ownership. More direct and savage action can still get you the best results.
The demon factions are a little limited in their scope, like... It's basically just pink horrors. Yeah, I see why they included Solgrainers. I mean, I guess maybe I'm like in the human army, in the human faction, all of the heroes are humans. But I feel like I mean, this isn't this game's fault, but like when they did the demon codices, like they were just like, well, there's a horror, and then there's a bigger horror, and another bigger horror. They could have given them like jobs and stuff, you know, like horror inquisitor, or I don't know, like super grumpy horror, or just, you know, characterize them a little bit rather than just have powerful one.
Tomorrow.
Hey, Godwin Keep, what are you up to? You are building a growth building, I hope. And Winds of Magic are strong or higher? Interesting. Okay, so was Tzeentch, we really like the Winds of Magic. What was that thing we could do? It was... Where was that interface? I don't remember. That's confusing. Eastern Steppe. That's what? That map is really confusing. The Road to Damnation is a region, and it's going across my capital. Even though my capital is in the Eastern Steppes region, which is over here. That looks like a bug. They've labelled it as if those three are the Eastern Steppes, and this is the Road to Damnation. Ugh. How horrid.
I know all
capture all this stuff,
follow the weave.
He's so cute.
You serve eternal.
I could see this. I could see this campaign being a little repetitive. It depends because if I get to like ally with Chaos Warriors, then there's a lot more to do there. But
a puzzle
so here, teleportation. Tries additional Temporal switch, way of war, way of manipulation, way of fate. Okay, looks like we've got to complete loads of tech trees, and then at the end we get the ability to teleport freely. Passive ability, Fires of Change for Lords of Change. Like, I'm a bit sad I can't have Lords of Change as my generals. Maybe I have to unlock Lord of Change and then they become a general at that point. Presumably that's how that works. Recruitment cost minus 10% spawn of Tzeentch. Recruit rank +1 for blue horrors, pink horrors, and exotic pink horrors.
Good. An improvement.
Spread ruin on them!
Why are these guys even called Khazag? Is that rubbish?
Such an action would surely lead to war.
Are these just warriors of chaos? Yeah, just some basic warriors. Let's go. I guess yes. I guess it would. I wouldn't expect him to fly in battle because he walks outside of battle. Like, I guess there's no point in flying away from his friends. Oh, I love how fast the factions go past.
The shadow of the Raven God must fall across these lands. Spread the corrupting influence of Tzeentch far beyond your borders. The worship of adherents will lend him strength against the other ruinous powers.
I still don't know what the Great Game is. I'm assuming there's an interface for that somewhere. Chaos Corruption. Okay.
The city has been reached, and your warriors are prepared for battle, mighty lord.
A lot of them.
Study your options nevertheless. Encircling the enemy and starving them out may be the wisest course of action.
Yeah, it did specifically say to me, like, don't worry about it, dude, you can just capture it. But there's a lot of these guys. Swearing, Jesus.
I have obliterated you. Corruption is high.
So what do I need to do to get a Lord of Change? Looks like I can't really do much for it at the moment. Oh, there's a building browser. Yeah, okay. A Lord of Change is a monster. Is that right? Unlocks recruitment of Lord of Change. Yeah, it looks like I can't get Lord of Change Lords. That's a shame, if that's correct. Don't really want my Lord of Changes to be in armies led by pink horrors. That feels a bit wrong.
Raid the lands of the enemy, mighty lord. Send your warriors out to slaughter.
Something encroaches on our darkness. I herald change.
Guess we need some more.
Those who serve the Changer may come.
It's got an oddly small number of. Oh, hello. Uh-oh. Oh, that's not good. Oh. Okay, where are they going? Oh, have they put back the fast forward button? Or is it just a...
Allegiance is the lifeblood of martial alliance. Fostering allegiance will pay dividends should the need for close cooperation arise.
That's a new mechanic. Allegiance is built up between factions that maintain long-running alliances as measures their mutual support and sufficient allegiance. Faction may call Doesn't sound like talk time to adventure existence. These which is earned slowly over time, it may be earned by completing missions. The mission and both factions have an extra. Oh, that's cool.
Marvelous, magical.
They kind of look like they might be coming to attack us, don't they? No. A little worried about that.
Shall I teleport? I summon Tzeentch's servants.
My lord, the enemy raid your lands and slaughter your denizens.
Oh.
Take up arms against them. Make them pay dearly for their transgressions.
I mean,
Give
with
to
demons.
What,
what are they doing? I can't see that.
Assistance is available should you need it, my lord. You may rely upon it.
Not super worried. Hope they're not stealing any of our magic. Quite like marvelous magical madness. Siege corruption in adjacent provinces. So magic is strong or higher. I'm really intrigued by this. Like, there was an interface, wasn't there, where I could control the runes of magic, but I'm not seeing it now. Oh, Grimoires. Grimoires one per turn, income from more buildings. What? That's not very good. Grimoires one per turn. Because wasn't there a building which was like oh, maybe it was only in the capital. Maybe I can't build it here. From the whole province. That doesn't seem very good to me. I'm sure there was a building that was like 4 grimoires per turn, but maybe that was only in the capital. Yeah, it must be. Okay, I guess I want some grimoires then, don't I?
Noble recruitment is available to boost your armies far from home, my lord. Yet such flexibility comes at a price.
Basically never used that feature.
Summon them! Summon them!
Growth. Sure. What's this? Way of time. Changing of the ways, track army.
For the betterment of Tzeentch.
How are we doing over here?
Attack! I foresee death.
Oh, I love his. I don't know Kairos very well. Like, I'm aware of the special character existing. They've done a great job with his wings, looking kind of cloaky. You know, he's a real feeling of like he's got a cloak, cool looking cloak, and then iconography on his feathers. That's pretty sweet. Boom. Oh, they've attacked us now. New players were made in the great game. Corners gained ascendancy. cult has manifested itself in the gallows tree. Strike now, construct a building here to reap the benefits.
Diplomacy is the refuge of fools and weaklings. Yet it may also serve your ambition for conquest. A pact of non-aggression can be...
Sign a non-aggression.
The enemy have encircled your city, my lord. Send...
Right, so where was the gallows tree? Oh, what? All over there? What? You have a cult. What? That doesn't quite feel right. Because these are also Tzeentchian demons. That doesn't quite feel right to me. My faction of I can understand a demon faction inspiring a cult within a human settlement. It seems very strange for a demon faction to inspire a cult within a demon settlement. That seems very odd. 10 grimoires per turn. When Winds of Magic is strong, 20 grimoires per turn. Oh, interesting. Winds of Magic in this province and adjacent provinces will be pushed up to Tempestuous. This is intriguing. Wait, so how do I... Where's the Winds of Magic view? Is that it? Ah, yeah, there it is. Okay, so how do I... So... The Winds of Magic here are tempestuous. The Winds of Magic here are just blowing. Calm, weak, blowing, strong, tempestuous. Okay. So for now, the cult...
This world's time has come.
The strong winds cult seems like a good choice. But they might just stop doing something. That's weird mechanic. I'm not sure about that. You guys want a non-aggression pact yet?
It's me. Is it a boon you seek? Then let us speak.
That would still be quite irritating to listen to. 5,000 gold? It feels pricey, to be honest. They have just no opinion on us whatsoever. Do you think they like... Surely they don't like the... Oh, the Tonga here, that's cool. Yes. They'll hopefully start to like us now. I'm gonna come back. I would probably win that fight, but I feel like I need to come back and help with this.
Retreat. We witnessed eternity.
It's goofy walk. Love it. Manifest again. No. I wonder how I win the great game.
I have fallen into the abyss.
Is that anything? Presumably I need to just accomplish things in order to win the great game. I guess I'll just kill stuff and see what happens.
My lord, a rival power desires a change in your mutual relations.
Yeah, sure. Sounds good. I've successfully raised the corruption somehow.
Money is the lifeblood of success and glory. Without the means...
At the end of your turn, have an income of at least 3,000. Oh, blimey. That's quite a lot. Spread enough chaos corruption to unlock an unholy manifestation. What's that, this thing? Total amount of Tzeentch corruption across the entire world is currently 370. Oh, that's cute, okay. But the other Tzeentch factions will spread it for us as well. Where did that guy go? Oh, he ran away. Ugh.
Such prismatic splendor. It shall be.
Iridescent horror. Hates Nurgle. Oh, that's cute. He's the one that's in the embedded in the army. Normally I would like get assassinated and stuff. I don't really know what to do. Because I don't think I need wizards, because everyone's a wizard already. I don't think I particularly need wizards, like wizard characters. Because all my generals are wizards anyway. Wizards. And the way the Winds of Magic works means it's not much point having 2 wizards in the same army.
It is precious.
The population of this province has grown under your care.
The land is infected.
Okay, it looks like I can just swap between the 2 types easily. I still don't understand why I would want to. But I guess for now I'll go for the infrastructure. This is so confusing. Oh, I see. Oh no. Okay. No, I see. Right. No. This is military and corruption, and this is infrastructure building. So you build chaos holds in like out of the way places, so that you can then. That's just weird though. Like I don't mechanically I don't really understand why I have both options available. I'm not really clear what the point of that is, either thematically or mechanically. It seems very odd. You
Change is
recruiting.
Summon.
Eternals.
They healed. Yeah, they have done it.
I foresee death.
Oh. That's not ideal. Give it a go. How are they going to kill me? I've got like a robot. What are they going to do about my robot? Oh, they're going to come in from behind. Oh god, they're going to. Okay, they attacked me with one guy, and then their entire rest of their army is going to come in from behind me. Right? Okay, sure. Well, if I play this right, I can just murder them as they come through. Oh, that's a bit tricky, isn't it? I'll have to try that. They've got like oh, I can't see their army, but I think they might like have one man there. Especially because I have so much AoE.
We are eternal.
This is an extremely greedy plan, but let's see.
Your soldiers are ready to deploy. The winds of magic embody the arcane power of Tzeentch. Honor the changer of ways through acts of sorcery, and his blessings will fall upon you.
There's reinforcements coming.
Kairos, Fate Weaver.
There's some guy over here. It's just Chaos Sorcerer, one Chaos Sorcerer. I thought it told me I had like... Oh, it is. No, it is literally telling me. Yeah, here we go. When are they arriving? Oh god, there's a lot of them. The Chaos Sorcerer Lord is too tough for a Chaos Furies to take, probably. Kairos not taken.
Fate Weaver.
Your flying units afford you great flexibility, Commander. Scout and harass the enemy as they maneuver.
He's got something that lets him steal magic from someone else.
Attack!
25 seconds. This isn't going well, is it? Dude, come on. What's happening here? Come.
Enemy reinforcements are approaching. Attack with caution, Commander.
Chariot. Oh god, where's the chariot?
Kairos, Fate Weaver. Chakab Zan!
The enemy attack your flank, Commander. Drive them off.
Kairos?
Yes!
Nope.
I know where to go.
Yeah, that was pretty strong. Can I get more magic points back? Seems to have worked fairly well. Still quite a lot. Macy said, magic is so satisfying in Total Warhammer, one of the highlights of the previous games. I don't know, I always found it a bit weird, because there's all these sort of weird... I kind of wish that it was slightly simpler.
Their exertions dull their ability to fight. Give them time to rest, even amidst the thickest of battles.
Time to rest? Hey! Pretty good. That's the extreme cunningness of... It ties into the skill tree system. I found that, because wizards interact with the skill tree in a weird way, and I don't know, maybe I'm bad at using it in the magic system, but I found just sort of front-loading as many damage spells as possible, as quickly as possible onto large clumps of the enemy army was basically wins you battles. And wasting any of those points on buffing one of your melee units or debuffing the movement speed of an enemy unit or something is a complete waste of time by comparison, because in practice the game is all about just massacring everything as quickly as you possibly can. So it's not, I guess the magic is good, but it's fine, it's just you only engage with about 10% of the mechanics. And the Winds of Magic... I mean, the Winds of Magic system is probably a good thing from a balance point of view, but this feels a little bit unsatisfying, because you cast 3 spells and then you have to wait 5 minutes for the winds to recharge and have to cast another one. Wow. They got... Wow, okay, yeah, well. I mean, we still won. Did we actually capture the south? Can occupy a settlement belonging to any of the enemies. Oh. Okay. Wait, where are we? Oh, it's rotated the map. What? Here's a UI tip. The control that rotates the map in the tactical map should also rotate the map in the strategy map, and it doesn't. Its middle mouse moves in this mode, but it rotates in the other mode. That's not ideal, really.
Marvelous! Magical madness! I summon Tzeentch's servants!
Some Furies, can Kairos. Treason. Yeah, see, that just, giving an enemy a leadership penalty, that just... I mean, I mean, in theory, there are specific circumstances under which that would be a game-winning attack. But very rarely, and I'd far rather spend my wins on just blowing them up with Pink Fire. Passive ability Fires of Change. Damage resistance plus 11 triggers when casting. Am I interpreting that correctly? I think that's saying... I still don't understand why it's an area, though. I don't get it. I don't get these abilities at all. Oh, hey, Nathan. You went to bed early. Do I know you by a different name, Nathan? I think.
We are ascending.
Oh, it's got another skill point. Changing of the ways costs faction-wide. Control. Oh, interesting. Doesn't sound like something I particularly want, though. Oh, this is cool. Fragment of Gur. Disables spells Glean Magic and Infernal Gateway. Ah, that's really cool. But like, oh, see, this is where it's kind of awkward because it's like, wait, why has he got so many skill points all of a sudden? What? He's got loads of skill points. Anyway, sorry. This is really cool. He can learn any of the Winds of Magic, but there's no point learning more than one because you can only equip one at a time. Well, they cost skill points, so like the marginal value of the later ones is really, really low because I guess you're supposed to equip them for strategic purposes, but I would have to Google this to find out what all of these do. Yeah. What's Lightning Strike? Renowned and feared. I want him to be stronger in combat. Does he not have a? Does he not have a? He doesn't have a stronger in combat one. That's interesting. He's essentially only a caster. I mean, fair enough. Oh, Nap119. Yes, of course. Hi there. With the skull face. You have a skull icon, I remember. Is it a skull? It's like a skull on its side. I can't remember what the rest of it is. Chaos Knights and Doom Knights, Laws of Change and Soul Grinders. I mean, he definitely feels like he might want an army entirely of Lords of Change. That definitely does seem like something I would want to do. That feels like it might be a way off. Pink Fire. Pink Fire was the good one, wasn't it? Should we take that? Glean Magic. Power Recharge. Reserves per second. That gives us slightly more magic. Is that good? Is that worth having? Yeah, fine.
My power grows.
Oh, hey Taff. Have you been watching for a while? I'm playing the Avianci faction. Look at my Avianci. Totally Avianci. Right, so we didn't win though. We didn't win the battle. That's annoying.
I summon.
I would win decisively if I attack now. That's fine.
Their fate.
I'm looking forward to Mortal Empires. That's the one that lets you just play on the whole Warhammer map. I'm not.
Wings of war.
It's an interesting problem, like because when I played the earlier Warhammers, when I played the so there was a prologue. The big hole is because there's a prologue that I didn't finish because my daughter had to go to bed and she seemed to want to see the end of it. And it was like a really, really long prologue tutorial, which we played for like, what, 2 hours? I think it was 2 hours, and didn't get to the end of. And it appears to have, I'm guessing, ended with the world exploding. Well, that's ugly, isn't it? Which is cool, but also a shame, because this place here, specifically, is where I was looking forward to going on the world map, and we now can't go there. So that's a bit of a shame. I kind of see why they've done it, but it does mean that, like, the realm of chaos doesn't exist, because this is the Chaos Wastes, right? You go north into the Chaos Wastes, and then you go through the Chaos Wastes into the realm of chaos. But the realm of chaos is now just not there, which is a bit of a shame, especially because, if I think about earlier Warhammers, like, what's exciting is fighting over places you know. Like, if it was a RuneScape war game, like, say it's a God Wars RuneScape, you'd want to go to, if you were like the Zamorakian faction, you'd want to capture Sentistan or start in Sentistan and like capture Gorok and like place names that you recognise. But all this place is all just like, none of this place is like memorable place names or anything. And I was kind of expecting to wander around near the Chaos Gate. So as it is, I'm sort of wandering around this hinterland full of places that I've never heard of, It's fine. Like, I mean, you know, mechanically it's fine, but I feel like it's lost a little bit flavour-wise because I don't know anything about the map that I'm walking on. It's cool. I mean, it's a cool effect that they've done. It's kind of weird. It's interacting a bit strangely with the fog of war, but it does look like the world ends. But if I zoom out, can you see? Hang on. How do I rotate the camera? Zoom in and out. Hold mouse wheel to pan. Move. Rotate Q and E. Okay. There we go. Yeah. Can we see here? Can't really. It's a bit difficult to see. But this is like the North Pole, basically. This giant hole is the North Pole. And then this is like, I think this is Canada over here, although I'm not sure if we can actually go that far. I'm right at the start of the game, so it'll be interesting to see if it's more, if you can see more of it later. Is that Sorcerer Lord who attacked me before? But I won this battle, and it looks like I didn't kill anything. Can these guys come and help? Yeah. What happened to those corn guys that were attacking me? Did they just leave? Yeah. Too scared of me.
Fractals of time, move mine.
Quite irritating. Which Chaos God is Santa? Slanesh. Are you sure? I think it's Khorne. I think Khorne is Santa. If anyone was to wear a red hat, it would be Khorne. Oh, right. That's not good. Those are my allies. Oh well. Corruption is fine. What happened to them? Oh, they just got wiped out by the defenders. Okay. This is Fantasy China if you haven't seen it yet. Oh, cool. Yeah. Oh, hey Theo. we were role-playing as you earlier. No, we were failing to role-play as you because our only options were to ransom our captives or enslave our captives. But to be fair, we were Russia, so...
Empower magics.
Right. Should I just attack now? Do I want to fight this? Yeah, fuck it. Now I'm playing the Armadillion faction. Oh no! Oh god, it's another... Oh no. Oh, this was a disaster last time and I didn't quick save. Do you think we can just wait outside? No, we can't, can we? They're gonna... Oh god. Last time I tried to do this, it went very badly. And my entire army got massacred. It's the... I thought it was an open settlement.
Storm the defenses, yet I advise
really
caution.
an open
You
settlement.
face an entrenched enemy that has had time to prepare.
Oh, settlement
Be
attack tool.
wary.
Let's learn about them. Yes. Because this went really badly last time. They lack walls. Yep. Yep, sure. I need to kill everybody. I can use supplies to construct defences. Oh, that's cute. Okay, so defending sounds a bit more interesting. Defences may be constructed during the fighting. Each building is linked to a nearby supply point capture location. Yep. Defensive features of a major siege battle are all linked to capture locations. Summoned units and units that can fly are not able to capture locations. Great. Okay. That's not helpful, is it?
The troops that your enemies field are both many and varied. Mastery.
Nah, I don't care about that. Right, so because last time I charged all my guys in, and then they all kind of milled about here and died. And then I tried to get to here, but they built a barrier here and a barrier here, so they had to run all the way around to get to it, and then they just, by the time they got there, they were dead. So it went very, very badly, basically. This time round I do have a robot, so that could make it easier. Oh, hi Ty. Shadow of Mordor. Yeah, it's a little bit Shadow of Mordor. I mean, it's the same principle, right? This is the Chaos Waste. It's basically the Mordor of this setting. Although we don't know. I mean, again, I'm not sure about what Warhammer like fiction might exist that I don't know about. But you very rarely go to the Chaos Wastes at any point ever in Warhammer normally. What is that? Do you think that's ash? Oh, that is falling from the sky. It's horrible. I need to wait for my reinforcements to get here.
Your army marches into battle with great powers, my lord.
Tarth said, Attila Total War looks like child's play. Looks like a child's game. Oh, like, because this is so, pretty? Or complicated? Yeah, I mean, I could just send my Lord of Change in and just hope for the best. Are they? Yeah, look, see, they're building barricades. I need to just get units in, like run in there, and then run into the center, and then I think if I just capture the center, I win. I think that's how it works. So in theory, I could just send an enormous number of. Where are my reinforcements? Oh, okay, they take time to arrive now. Yeah, that wasn't the case in earlier ones. They just showed up basically immediately. You go to the Chaos Waste in Vermintide too. Oh, cool. Is it look similar to this basically? Hang on, I'm going to move the stream chat so I can see it more easily. Yeah, I just played a bit of Vermintide 1.
Thaumaturgic power!
It's more varied than that, yeah.
Charge! Charge!
Okay, so I've got some birds. No? What? Oh god, what have we just done? What was that? Oh. 4. No. God. Right, it's control group 1. There you go. That's control group 2. That's the infinite weave. That's control group 3. Yeah, sure. What am I actually going to do though? I'm going to send Kairos over and see if he can kill some stuff. He can fly, he'll be fine, right? I think that works. I do have a lot of pink horrors, so hopefully they can just kill everybody. I don't know though. What are you guys doing? Come on, let's do some fire. Okay. Is it gonna miss? Possibly should have led my shot a bit better there. Never mind. What's the green? Like the blue. Is that like a shield? What is that? How do I see their stats? Is that here? Hit points, barrier health. Oh, that must. Is that a thing? That must be a thing that demons have. Demons must have like a health bar. Sorry, like a shield bar. That's crazy. And replenishes quite quickly, by the way. That's interesting. Well, I think my best bet is probably to send the pink horrors in.
Kairos, Fate Weaver.
Theo's, why do your guys sound so... I don't like Kairos' voice acting. I don't think it suits him.
The enemy defenses, Commander. They can be turned to our service.
I don't think it. He's supposed to be like a manipulator and like a cunning. Like he's a giant demon, but he's also like a cunning manipulating demon. And I think he should have like a cunning manipulative voice. You guys going to attack? No. What the? If you weren't watching during the prologue, I was commenting that I wonder if they've fixed the CJI. They have not fixed the CJI. CJI is still terrible. I told those guys to attack, instead they just wandered around outside for some reason. That is not good, that is not a good situation. You guys gonna attack? You guys gonna attack? No? No, they're not going to attack. Come on. They look like nerds, don't they? The sweets. I think nerds. Let's attack, let's attack. Come on, you can do it. You can do it, guys. Come on, you can do it. Yeah! There we go. Yeah, Ghostbusters. Yeah, they look like Slimer, don't they? They look like, especially in the picture of the bomb, the unit card picture, they look like Slimer. They actually damaged them? They didn't. They haven't killed any. What are you guys doing? Said Cairo. Come on, Cairo.
Are eternal. Attack!
Oh, that's much. I mean, Lords of Change are pretty strong, but I don't actually know whether it's a powerful unit or not. What's that? Oh, there's a Chaos Lord there. Flying artillery is the definitely shooting him. Where's that shooting him? There's an arrow coming from somewhere, but I can't see where.
I see the past and tomorrow.
Far off to the right. Is that like a tower shooting? Oh, is it maybe that tower? Could be. Piercing tower, yeah, it's probably that. Low card, Pink horrors still aren't really doing anything. I imagine they're having line of sight problems. Probably. So they're trying to move to get line. Look at what the... So flying units can't fly in and capture this point, which is weird and annoying. Maybe they have to be on the ground.
The enemy commander runs from the field, my lord, and a sorry spectacle it is too. His army will surely follow.
Kairos, fate weaver.
It's interesting that they've done Tzeentch Furies. So Furies are a demon type they added because there weren't any demons of Chaos Undivided, so they added like a sort of generic flying gargoyle demon. Just to sort of have some demons in, some conventional demons in the setting, basically. Come on, guys. Get it there.
The enemy general has been wounded in battle, my lord, and can no longer lead his troops. Press home your advantage.
They've never, yeah, they... It's a shame they've still not really got the hang of the sieges. It's a bit of a shame. These guys can just kill that tower. I mean, this isn't even a siege. This is a settlement battle, but this is significantly less fun than just fighting a battle. Because it's like I'm fighting a battle, plus I'm also battling with annoying AI and... Yeah, it's a shame. Can we destroy that tower? Oh, that's going to take a while. I mean, I don't think it's trivial. Like, I think designing so unless I'm misremembering, didn't Total War 1 and 2 not have these settlement battles? I think they did. Ties the genre with Nurgle, yes. This is yes, the 4 Chaos Gods. I'm playing Tzeentch. The others are Khorne, Slanesh, and Nurgle. Tzeentch is obviously the best one. I was explaining them to my daughters at lunchtime. I fired it up to make sure it worked and looked at the faction screen. I was explaining the Chaos God. My 5-year-old is terrified of blood, so I was saying the Blood God, he loves blood and he loves skulls. He loves to sit on his throne. And she was horrified by that, and then she was thinking about it for a bit. And she was saying, does he kill people and get their blood because he loves it so much? And she quite liked that. She liked it. He was happy. And then my older daughter said, if he had a throne, you know what he should make his throne of? Because he loves skulls so much. He should make his throne out of skulls. So I showed them the skull throne, and they were very pleased. I'm guessing it correctly. There we go. Alright, well. I don't... Yeah. It's not great, is it? Gameplay-wise? It's not great. It's exciting for a bit like this, because it, like, Warhammer, because I'm older, Warhammer was the equivalent of RuneScape for me, so, like, you know, the fantasy genre that I grew up with. I mean, I read The Lord of the Rings when I was little, but there was only The Lord of the Rings then. There wasn't any, there was no extended Lord of the Rings media, so if you wanted more Lord of the Rings, it was basically D&D or Warhammer.
At last, the defences have fallen, my lord. The fate of those that remain is yours to determine.
Do I actually want any gold? That's a sheer amount of gold. Reinforce the battle with Tzeentch. Follow again. Tzeentch plus 15 relations with... Oh, that would be super useful if there were any other Tzeentch factions. A bit sad that the whole ally mechanic I was working towards, they just got massacred. It did tell me to go and reinforce them, to be fair, but on the other hand, I've only just, like, got to the second settlement.
No. Marvelous, magical madness.
Just stay there for now, I think. Can you reinforce?
I summon Tzeentch's servants. Summon!
Why is that green and that red? What's that telling me? What is that? What's that signifying? Why is there a green arrow there and a red arrow there? I mean, because well, hang on. Like... Green up arrow means special ability that's positive. Red down arrow, sorry, triangle I suppose, but you know, arrow triangle means bad special ability. So what on earth does green down arrow and red up arrow? You see, I said a lot of monster people had similar speech patterns. Yeah, those demons sound, they sound very much the same as like the orcs and Skaven and everything else in the previous game, don't they? They don't really have a unique sort of demon sound. I'd expect them to be sort of gibbering in demon speak or something like that. It's a bit of a shame, isn't it?
Victory is mine!
Kite rolls has leveled up some more. Oh, what's this? Prismatic Plurality. That's a great ability. Decrease cooldowns minus 10%. Ah, but then also unlocks Tzeentch's Firestorm. That sounds definitely like something I want. So he doesn't have, wait, I can't remember what it's called. But there's like there are 3 lines of, no, 4. There are 4 lines of upgrades for lords, like the campaign map line, the buff your troops line, the buff your magic line if you're a wizard, and then the, I can't remember what colour it is. I think it's yellow maybe, but it's like the buff your personal combat performance line. He doesn't have one of those. He has like a special abilities line here, and then this weird spells line, which just gives him access to different spells, but not at the same time. Bit strange. Not sure about that. Foundry of Bones. Research. Who are we killing? Hang on, sorry, I'll go out and have a look in a second. The Way of Prognostication. What does this unlock? Hero Success. Tzeentch's Firestorm for Lord of Change units. What? Oh, because if the Lord of Change is like a caster monster. I hope not. This is a weird tech tree. Very weird tech tree. Cooldown minus 10%. Yeah, that sounds useful. Sorry, so yeah, so this is the Great Wall of Catho, which is cool. It looks really cool. And then it looks like along the north border are Chaos Marauders. What's that faction? Dreaded Woe. Oh, are they Tong? I think they might be Tong. Where are they? Dreaded Woe? Kurgan.
What?
Warriors of Chaos, yeah. So they're just random Chaos Warriors north of the wall.
Bring ruin!
They've it's interesting that they haven't implemented, or maybe no, I bet they do it as an expansion pack. Because the setting does have Mongols in it, equivalent of Mongols, and they're like Eastern Steppes Chaos Marauders, whereas the Chaos Marauders in the base game are like Norsemen, like Chaos Norsemen. There are also like Chaos Mongols that live to the east, which are these guys, the Tong and the various. I guess these Woe are probably similar because you can see they've got like a horse, a Chaos Eye horse icon, so they're like, you know, like nomadic horsemen of chaos. So they'll probably do an expansion with those at DLC, I would think. Because Mongols are like the absolute most badass faction in every Total War game is whoever has the most horse archers. Because in their combat engine, horse archers are just devastating. They just beat everything automatically all the time. So they'll probably, I imagine they'll try and sell the faction to like Total War players. By default, you will see blah 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 blah. Oh god, you can still do this. Oh, such an annoying system. Right, they put this button was there in Total War 1, and then this complicated system that allows you to speed up and slow down certain things was there in Total War 2, and now they've put it back. They put this button. Okay, so you don't. Oh no, right, but yeah, but if you put it on fast forward mode, you don't see anything. Yeah, that's rubbish. So you have to go through and say all enemy factions animation speed fastest. All neutral factions animation speed fastest. All allied factions animations. It's such a weird thing to have to do. Right, there we go. The dreaded Woe would like military access. Wait, do I have a non-aggression pact with them? No, I don't. Well, I mean, you guys are gonna get wrecked, so no, I definitely don't want that deal with you. What are you talking about? settlement building. Okay.
Your war efforts would be strengthened by the raising of a new army.
Already raising Right, where are we going next? Fortress of Eyes. They're weak.
Moving.
Oh, I should have done that before. Is that everything?
The realm of chaos beckons. Such prismatic splendor.
Wish we could play with air Mongols, shoot and fly away. Yeah. No, it was really fun writing the Avianci tactics document, because it was like, what would like if Avianci are like nomadic? Because that's the thing. Like, I've played enough Total War games, right, to be like, I don't mean morally speaking, although also morally speaking, but like just tactically, Mongols are just absolute bastards, because they just come near you and then shoot you, and then you try and hurt them, and then they just run away and shoot you, and then run away and shoot you some more. And if I was an Avianci, that would be absolutely what I would do all the time. It's like, oh, you wanna fight? You wanna stand up fight? No, I don't think so.
Supreme.
Absolutely not under any circumstances. I can fly, mate. What are you talking about? Why would I ever come anywhere near you?
Those who serve the Changer may come.
And that kind of like, because the Avianci that we've presented in game before that were kind of, because like, you know, they're sort of like Kriara kind of. I mean, Kriara doesn't have very much dialogue or very much character, but he kind of creates the impression that he's a bit of a like an upstanding paladin-like character, right? And the handful of other Avianci that we've met have that same sort of feel to them because they're Armadil followers. They're characterized as Armadil followers. So I love the idea that like just Avianci, normal Avianci, are absolutely nothing like that. And these guys are really weird because they're the most, you know, devoted and dedicated of Armadil's followers. They have that kind of Armadil paladin feel. But it made them, because, you know, if the whole faction was just like, well, we're just like Sky Knights, you know, we're like armored Sky Knights, then they'd basically be the same as Icene, right? And that wouldn't be very interesting. They'd just be angels with bird heads, basically. But characterizing them completely differently makes them a lot more interesting. Iridescent Horrors. That's the hero, right? Exalted Pink Horrors. Are they just different? Are they just stronger? I assume so. 20 ammunition. It's a bit. I guess it's fine. It's not a very exciting. They've done this with quite a lot of the Warhammer units, where like narratively they're just the same unit. Like they're not even like, I guess, because if you get like with the Imperial faction, you might have like, I can't remember the names of the Imperial Knights, but they're like you know, you have like Knights, and then you have like Knights Panther. And Knights Panther are cooler than Knights, and they're stronger. Like, they're both Knights, they both function the same on the battlefield. But Knights Panther have got unique heraldry and a unique look, and, you know, maybe like a unique unit bark. And like there's a narrative reason for there to be two different variants of the same unit, even though they perform very similar function. But Exalted Pink Horrors is not. It's not interesting. They might as well just say better Pink Horrors, which is not, you know, I might as well just have a tech tree upgrade, which just makes all my Pink Horrors better. It's a bit dull to have just a better Pink Horror unit. Growth. Could build now. Oh, yeah, now this was it, wasn't it? Yeah, Grimoires. So why is it I can... Because 4 Grimoires per turn is quite a lot. Understand. I mean, I probably want those Exalted Pink Horrors, but there's no Exalted Blue Horrors. This is such a weird faction. It's cool that it's a weird faction. Like, it's good that they seem to play kind of differently. But at the moment, I have no real way of upgrading my melee units. Maybe the Exalted Pink Horrors are just, like, good in melee as well, aren't they? Yeah, they're pretty good in melee. I don't know. Get it.
You know so little.
Sure, dude. Yeah, fine, okay.
Battle brings change!
That's actually, yeah, no, that's quite a good AI improvement where, like, research rate 100%. When a faction has been reduced to one
maneuvering in the face of
army,
the enemy, my lord. Placing an
they'll just suicidally attack you rather than going and hiding and being really annoying. They'll just suicidally attack, which is a good. Oh, there's a storm tomorrow. I'm not sure whether to put the bins out tonight. It's bin night, and I'm not sure whether it's a good idea to put the bins out.
I have scribed.
I might wait, because like not only the bins might get knocked over, the bins might actually just get destroyed, like blown down the road. Could maybe put it in the driveway and wedge it. What are we doing here? Ventress Death Metal. They're allied with the Kurgan Warband. Didn't the Kurgan Warband just get wiped out? Oh, maybe I should have done like the special thing where I steal stuff. I don't know. Oh, well.
I know.
Yeah, I think I might have to
We have foreseen your obliteration. Oracle of Sin.
Oops. Can he wear? Yeah, he can. He can wear armor and use shields. Yeah, of course he can. What's this? Armor, melee defense, missile block chance. Yeah, that sounds more useful, doesn't it? Missile block chance for him. He's more likely to get shot at.
Shall be.
Okay, so those Kurgan are going to come in and reinforce.
I foreseen.
Should be fine though. I hope if all of those settlement battles are on that settlement map, then I don't ever really want to do another one. Yeah, Ventress Death Metal. Yeah, obviously, like the most chaos name of all time. Resolve it. Hooray! Into the east. Capture 2 provinces. Sure, dude. What can I do here? Tzeentch corruption in adjacent provinces. Grimoires from all buildings. Or research rate. Let's go for grimoires for now. Change it later. I don't have a good idea of what is and isn't worth doing. I'm not talking through all the basic Total War mechanics for now. I feel quite a strong instinct to explain the mechanics of the game, but because I end up playing like the start of things over and over again. I was playing Total War II a couple of weeks ago, and go on forever if I explain everything every time. Winds of Magic reserve chance. Like that is such a confusing way of expressing that ability. Winds of Magic power reserve change plus 20% when increasing. Like, I don't know what that does. I don't understand. I've played a lot of Total War Warhammer and I don't understand the mechanics well enough to understand that ability. I don't know. I mean, again, that may be a failing on my part, but I feel like, you know, as someone who has played this game before and is a game designer and basically understands the Winds of Magic system basically, I feel like I should be able to understand that tooltip, and I can't, which is not a good sign. Let's take it. I need more Winds of Magic. I'm assuming it gives me more Winds of Magic.
To the Nexus.
You can go. Is this guy still here?
Shall I teleport? Summon them.
Still don't know what those green triangles... It implies that cost... What is it? It implies that the cost is being reduced for some reason, and the upkeep is being increased for some reason. That's my implication there. So maybe there's a passive buff somewhere in this province, which is causing me to... It would make sense if if one of the buildings somewhere in the province is reducing the cost of units. That would make sense. Yeah, recruitment cost minus 15%. Yes, there. It's on the dimensional rift. But then why is the upkeep being increased? What's that about? I don't know. Tard said, yeah, review them by someone to be more straightforward. Yeah, it just seems to be... It's been a consistent problem through all of the Total War games, the Total War Warhammer games, that they're just confusing, really. Didn't I give the Charmed Shield to... Oh yeah, I did, yeah. Who needs a Scepter of Entropy? Kairos does. Oh, he's already got an Arcane. Oh, he's already got it, right, yeah. It just surprises me, because they've obviously paid a lot of attention to comprehensibility and tutorials and stuff. It really surprises me that they really just need, like, they have a flavour block, and then they have a strict description of what they do. It really feels like it needs like a third block of text that just explains in plain text what the ability does and why you might want it. There is one, hang on. Yeah, so this one, hang on, where is it? Some of these say like good versus single units or something. How do they not? No, they don't say it in this interface. In battle, if you hover over some spells, they say like good versus multiple units or something like that. An unholy manifestation. Wait, what does this do again? Yeah, 250 grimoires. Oh, but I can only do it if I'm in enemy territory, I think. Yeah, okay. Oh, hello. Honestly, I don't feel like I'm in a great position to assault Cathay now that the nearby now that the nearby allies have been destroyed. I don't feel brilliantly positioned. Income from more buildings plus 100%, sure.
A horde has been observed nearby, my lord. They march with their whole civilization in tow. Drive them away if they attempt to scour your lands.
Oh, that's neat. Okay, so there are
natural resources are abundant in this place, my lord. Capture it.
Snake Gate. Is that what they mean? That's the resource they're talking about. Is the fact that it's a gate. What? That's like a debuff. Where is my army? Here it is.
The horror of horrors. I herald the changer.
Oh no, because the capital's besieged. I can't build pink horrors. Foundry Bones. Yes. More growth, please. More growth, please.
It shall be.
That is... There's shit of stuff at that get out guard, right? This is what happens. Huh. Did it want... It just wanted me... So at the start of this, if anyone didn't see, at the start of the scenario, well, campaign, there was Tzeentch had already... An ally had already smashed through the gate and captured this. But then before I even managed to claim my starting province, they'd got wiped out and they've rebuilt the gate, and now the gate is reinforced by massive armies. So like, rather than sort of an exciting running battle, it's now like it's going to be a slog to take that gate down, because I'm going to need a massive army to do that. There's more stuff along here by the look of it. It's cool, the map's exciting. I love the fact that I'm kind of outside the love the fact that I'm outside the wall of China looking in. That's really cool. I do not know, narratively speaking, why I am trying to accomplish this. It didn't actually tell me. The guy was like, we need to go in the Chaos Wastes. Okay, cool, let's go in the Chaos Wastes. But I don't know how. I don't. And then he was like, if we are going to conquer Cathay, then we need to do this and this. And I was like, why are we conquering Cathay? I thought we were going in the Chaos Wastes. So I don't actually understand. Is it on Kairos? Where's the Kairos had like a quests tab. No. Is that? No, can't click on anything there. Because I have an objective, victory condition, Forge of Souls, missions. So these are all just tutorial things. Capture a settlement, raise an army. There's nothing here which is like, my victory condition is like, complete the Corn Realm, but it doesn't tell me how. I don't know how to unlock the Corn Realm. I'm assuming these 4 things up here are. So I don't actually know what I'm trying to accomplish or why. The dude at the start said, conquer Cathay, so I guess I'll conquer Cathay. But I don't really understand what that has to do with my objectives right now.
Only ogres allowed.
Hissing pits. Sounds funny.
No, only corn. Only obey Bloodfather.
See, as a voice for a bloodthirster or a bloodlayer, that makes perfect sense. Like that's exactly the voice I'd expect Khorne to have.
Unhand Khorne's herald.
Like very like bullish.
I only obey Bloodfather.
Mechanic, like, you know, sort of bull sound. Makes perfect sense. Very similar to Beastmen, of course, but honestly, I think they might have run out of tropes. Anyway, what am I doing? So if I attack there, I'm going to get absolutely wrecked. So I guess I'll attack over
I have obliterate.
Like, I feel like I've messed up by allowing that gate to close, but I don't understand what I could have done about it. I didn't. There's no way I could have got to them to reinforce them in time, because they were on the other side of multiple enemy settlements. Maybe I should have just rushed through a lot faster. I don't know if this is true in the Demons of Chaos army in the board game. It's sensible that they've made blue horrors be a sort of melee warrior. Makes sense as a way to like divide up the units.
The winds of magic blow strongly in this place, Commander. Harness its power and channel it against your enemy.
Oh, my hero got killed, didn't he? Oh, I should have known. Oh cool, he made a little magic spear. That's cute.
The infinite weave. I know where to go.
Your troops come under fire, Commander. Have them find cover or eliminate the source.
Oh, he's really well animated. Did you see that? Like when he threw the thing, he sort of stumbled forward slightly and then got his stability back. That was great. Yeah, like his back legs kind of fly up into the air. That's great. That's so characterful. I love him. I wonder if the different. I think there are soul grinders for each faction.
I see the
Arthur, this looks much more satisfying to play than normal Total War. I don't know, really. Yeah, it depends what you're into. I'm enjoying this because, you know, Tzeentch is a fun thing from my childhood. My representative character, what would have been my avatar had online existed at the time, was a Lord of Change. So, like, obviously this is pumping for me for that reason. But I don't know. It's not very grounded. You know, like my preference would be for something a bit more grounded. It doesn't quite feel wild and zany enough to feel like I'm in the depths of chaos. But it also doesn't feel... Come on, guy. Look at this. What's VT2? Oh, Vermintide 2. It's not like, even though like I've got an army of demons, all of my demons can shoot fire. Like, it's all cool. I know, I'm not complaining, but like they still stand in fairly organized battle lines. Like, they've obviously been drawn up into units. They don't feel like the wild, untamed forces of magic itself descending on my opponents. They feel like an army of guys. Like, the Blue Horrors function extremely similarly to, like, you know, like legionaries, who are like strong melee troops that have a range attack.
Kairos, Fate Weaver. My power.
But yeah, I think I'm looking forward, like, given what I've played of this so far, I'm looking forward more to Wolf Vampires, I think. But we'll see. There it goes.
I exist in the future.
It did recommend that I start the Demon Prince campaign. I've not followed its recommendations because I haven't finished the prologue, and I haven't played the faction that it recommended as the first faction because I was excited to jump in for the faction that I'm most excited for. So it might be that the game feels a lot more grounded, and this is a little bit more like... feels more satisfying and mobile than just queuing tropes and waiting for one. Which Total Wars have you played?
Attack!
Rome, Attila, a bit of Warhammer 1. Right, yeah, this is more dynamic than those. Yeah, it's a bit faster. I mean, Attila was extremely fast, wasn't it? Like, Attila, everything just melted in combat. Like, melee units with shields and heavy armor would just instantly massacre each other. Oh, I should get to bed soon. It's quite late. I'm not happy about the enormous number of Cathaeans that are on that gate. That is a lot of baddies.
The enemy bring reinforcements to the fight. Will an attack be wise?
Oh, still a decisive victory. Yeah, let's go. Still on the battle rush when we get to bed. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, it's showing. I'm pretty sure in Total Warhammer 2 it didn't show where the reinforcements are coming from. Maybe I'm misremembering. But all of the changes have been quite good. Cool. It's just what you want in the middle of the battlefield. It feels a bit, I don't know, like, yeah, like, 'cause the narrative premise is extremely contrived, which is, I mean, a contrived narrative premise is fine. But then, like the narrative premise of Warhammer 2 was deeply connected to, because they were choosing to focus on Ulthuan, Nagaroth, the conflict between the High Elves and the Dark Elves. The mechanics of the conflict were very, very contrived. But the narrative of the conflict was all about control over
Your troops will fire at will without orders to the contrary, Commander. Have them conserve their ammunition, if you so wish.
It was all about controlling the font of magic, like sorry, I can't remember what it's called now. The thing that all the winds of magic are being sucked into in the middle of the High Elf Island, which is really narratively significant. And so, like, even though the mechanics are a bit ropey, it felt very much like a Warhammer conflict. But this one's super contrived. It's like a bear exploded, and now you have to conquer Cathay in order to go on a vision quest or something. Like, it just, like, I don't really understand what I'm doing or why. Narratively, you know, mechanically or narratively, like, what are we trying to achieve here? Which is a shame. It feels disconnected from the lore. It surprises me that they didn't focus more on like the core fantasy of the Realm of Chaos is like wandering the Realm of Chaos, recruiting, like defeating people and recruiting
may be
them.
overcast to increase their potency.
I already
He's coming. This is interesting now because reinforcements take time to arrive. But they won't attack until their reinforcements arrive, so I'm basically just waiting for them to make their minds up. What was that? That looks like an oversight tab?
Group your units for best effect, Commander. Form.
Nath said there's no demons in Vermintide 2, but the environment of the Chaos Waste feel hostile and chaotic. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's fair. I mean, it's a battle game, right? You wouldn't want it to be too crazy. It didn't tell you what I'm supposed to be doing at the start of the campaign. Yeah, yeah, either both narratively and mechanically, it's a bit, yeah. It's strange. Boys are coming in. Slightly dodgy AI sending in the Warhounds first by themselves to just die. I mean, I definitely feel like the army of Tzeentch, right? Like, my dudes are all really good at magic. How are your guys? Are your guys good at magic? They're not, are they? Your guys suck at magic. My guys are awesome at it. We can maybe stop killing those dogs now, guys. Maybe. Just maybe. Leave them alone. Okay, I wasn't keen on this guy because he looks like a demon engine of Khorne to start with, but I love his enthusiastic javelin throwing, so he can stay. I like him. Whee! He's Asmodan from Heroes of the Storm. That's what he's like, especially with his dunking.
locking Watcher.
That's pretty good. I feel like the fire sparks could like spiral or something to make them seem a little bit more chaotic. They're quite organised. I mean, they look like laser blasts, really. Like. No, it's like the chieftain. visual effect on landing. Oh, they have like a little puff of smoke. Is that what you mean? Or like, oh, they leave a little sigil on the ground. Just can't see it from when we're zoomed out. Although it looks kind of an ice effect, doesn't it? It looks like a repurposed ice effect. In fact, they sound kind of icy as well.
Our master desert us!
Shall we see if we can kill that lord? Yeah, that'll do it. It's gone. Based on what's happened so far, it seems that we're back again in if you don't chase them down and kill them after you've won the battle, then they survive and run away, which is a bit awkward. The game's never really made its peace with that. Do I need to replenish? I don't know. I'm kind of confused by this Winds of Magic mechanic. Don't really get it. I wonder if it's listed somewhere on the interface.
Major enemy cities will be fortified, sire. The capture of such citadels will likely mean a long siege.
I have an ability that can just capture things. Where is that? Changing of the ways, transfer settlement, Snake Gate. Ah, what? It can't be. What? Well, I just thought I'd be clever and just use a power that I had, my faction power. Fuck my faction, I guess. What's we got? Sure.
Kairos, Fate Weaver.
I have a lot of grimoires now. I feel like I should probably use them for something, but I don't. I'm really unclear what my objective is. I feel like I may as well just leave them alone now. It did say I could maybe go the other way and fight some other people. So maybe I should do that. Oh god, there's loads of corn coming in. I could just go fight some ogres instead. Because this gate feels like quite an adequate defense. Could maybe bust through there instead, but I'm not sure that really helps. And then I'm just leaving the Fortress of Eyes, like, they can just sally out to attack it anytime they like. I think I might just leave them alone. Oh, can I teleport? Excuse me. I mean, I do have a lot of magic bombs, but yeah, right, so what's this? Magic Power Reserve. Use the power reserve increase the power reserve by moving through provinces with high winds or via certain stances. Demon factions suffer penalties when at low winds of magic, receive bonuses when it's high. It feels like there's quite a lot to fiddle with. But it's not like there's this problem with it. It's an oddity of this sort of game that, like, I have the ability to do things. Like, I have this ability to change the winds of magic. But that may not actually be useful at all, or it might be super useful. Like, I can't, the fact that I have that ability available doesn't immediately and obviously tell me that it's actually a useful thing to do. It's kind of hard to know a lot of the time. Right, what is going on here? Bad news. Whoa! Oh, that's a herald, that's not a bloodthirster.
Unhand Torch Herald.
What's their garrison like? Strong garrison.
Marvelous. Magical.
Can we take it? Let's say first.
Such Prismatic splendor.
Battle is upon us, my lord. The enemy mass in great strength. See for yourself. You may wish to consider whether an attack would be wise.
This is a bit. Got some spawn, got some flamers, some forsaken, herald and an iridescent horror. It's not great, is it? Let's give it a go. Can't load. If I lose my capital. It is the God Wars, that's exactly what it is. Oh god, wait, hang on. My reinforcements are coming in behind their army. And their reinforcements are coming in behind my army. This is not good. I think what I want to do is turn around and attack their reinforcements first. No, what I need to do is rush forward and pincer their army, don't I? Otherwise my reinforcements are going to get defeated. I think that makes sense. Let's give it a go. How late are they coming for me? Yeah, that is a lot of bloodletters. I think we might retreat, maybe? Flesh hounds. Warhounds. They don't have flesh hounds. Ah! What's that? What's going on there? Oh, these dudes came out of the ground. Oh, I guess they summoned them. Kill them. I'll make up my reinforcements. Is it?
If it brings change!
A little bit out of position now. Tiny bit. Where's my...
Change are of the ways! Onward!
I'm not keen on the way the fire is in a line and therefore you always have to be standing up the side. Well, it's possible, but you can direct it? I don't think so, though.
Changing ways!
So I always have to, like...
This way! Traverse!
Like, do that. Oh god, what did I just do? No?
Agreed!
Oh, there's some flamers. We haven't had flamers yet. they look like a dodgy Gen 6 Pokemon, don't they?
Naked to chaos! Shady! Herald of the Raven God!
Why is he saying Raven God? What? That doesn't make any sense. They don't worship the Raven. What's that? Law. What law? The Raven God is what the Chaos Marauders call Tzeentch because they like worship them as animal totems. But that doesn't mean demons would call him the Raven God. It's like a superstition invented by humans. What? Oh, I've not done a very good job here tactically, have I? I have to load this. He's getting screwed now as well. Flame is doing.
Your commander has been killed in action, my lord. Word has already spread amongst your troops. They will surely lose heart.
Demons, aren't they? So, bothered? Because if I win this, but my lord dies, I think my army gets wiped out anyway, so it's not really a victory. Yeah, that guy just sounded like escaped, didn't he? Sad times for those guys. It's not a settlement fight because my army attacked their army in the field and then my settlement garrison rallied out to join the attack. So even though it's at a settlement, it's not a settlement. Oh, I forgot about these guys. Hello, guys. Yeah. You should probably kill the enemy commander. That seems like something you can maybe do. Yeah, we charged out, yeah, exactly. It's dangerous, like. Avoid that shot. Yeah, yeah. I think we should probably just wreck on the Void Pest to be Chthonians. That's probably the easiest thing to do. Well, we've won, sort of. Sort of won. Lost my entire attacking army. Damn. God damn. How is the Lord not dead? Still he managed to survive somehow. Yeah, he's fine.
Change you from life to death. Marvelous.
No problem. Easy.
Magical madness.
Wait, who's that? Eddie Ishhorfenkar. That's a great name. Eddie Ishhorfenkar. Can he go and kill 3 units of... Wait, why haven't they got wiped out? They've lost their general. Eddie Ishhorfenkar. Maybe we should get some lovely house. That's Clan Eshin. What? Oh, if Clan Eshin got like an outpost somewhere over in Cathay. That's amazing.
Kairos, Fate Weaver.
Spell Mastery. Well, power recharge. Spell Mastery. I'm assuming that helps.
Another skill persists.
I don't actually know if it does. Herald.
More power to me!
Where did you get so many skill points suddenly? Maybe they're giving more skill points per level or something. I feel like the way I'd like to see this work is like that they get like 3 trees or something, like a personal combat tree and a lord tree that buffs the army and a campaign map tree, and they get like 1 point in each tree or something like that, or like maybe at like each level they get a point in a different tree, so that you kind of spread them out. Because as it is, it feels a bit like it's very gamey. Like some heroes are kind of very strong personal fighters, so you should definitely buff their personal combat because that's how they kill things. Other, leaders who are very weak, you would never want them in personal combat, so you may as well buff their army or whatever. Like I don't know. I don't like the decisions that it asks of you. It's a bit strange. Chance of Winds of Magic changing in strength plus 5%. Chance of Winds of Magic increasing in strength when changing. Oh! What? That's what that thing... Is that good? That sounds like something that's good, because I have so many things that scale with, like... Winds of Magic? That sounds like something I probably want. Oh, I should get that one first.
Fabulous! Formidable feats! Breathed in power!
Corruption in Cathay? Yes, maybe. I mean, I don't think it will accomplish very much. It won't, like, tear the Snake Gate down by itself. But I could build a corruption building in the Fortress of Eyes, or I could go and march my army up to it and stand outside it. Slash is not ascendant. Sack or raise 6 Kislev, Cathay, or Empire settlements. It still hasn't told me how to participate in the great game. I feel like this one could do with walls, maybe? Although if these guys are just going to endlessly hurl themselves against this gate, that could be pretty funny. That feels very chaos. That's great. Like that feels, if that's what happens, that feels really fun and characteristic. Like they're just going to constantly attack the gate and hopefully wear it down.
The Emperor's love safeguards us.
Maybe, yeah, because there was an army there, but the army seems to have moved away. But if I go for it now, if I go for it now, they might attack me because they kind of hate me, don't they? Are they actually my enemy? I'm not actually sure. I think rogue armies are just everyone's enemy, so I think I need to wait for them to go sit there for today. And then, maybe I can attack the Snake Gate the turn after.
Marvelous. Magical madness.
They want a peace treaty? Yeah, sure. I don't feel like peace treaty should be a concept for Khorne. That doesn't sound like a word. I don't think either peace or treaty would be words in Khorne's vocabulary. What the... Well, that's just me, doesn't it?
Sabotage, my lord. An enemy power has sent a hero to disrupt the running of your domain. This act of aggression cannot be left unanswered.
Ah, here's the Exalted Horrors. Let's see what the Exalted Horrors do. Most horrors may fly short lives, but few reach veteran status. So are they better in combat than blue horrors? Yes. Which suggests that I should just build armies of Exalted Horrors? Because they're just better. They're better at melee and better at... They've got more armor. Better melee attack, better melee defense, better weapon strength. Better ammunition, better range, better missile damage. They're just good. But they're quite expensive to maintain as well. I can't maintain very many. When I've got a bit of a better economy. Oh, the Winds of Magic grown to strong now. Okay, so hang on. So I think I may understand Kairos' ability better now. What was his ability? Winds of Magic power reserve change plus 20% when increasing. No, I still don't understand what that means. I think it must be the thing when you gamble at the start. When you, if I gamble and win, I get more. I think that's probably what it must be. Just attack him. Yeah. They did a really good. It was right at the end of Total War Warhammer 1 actually. They did a really good revision to the Norse faction, made them way more interesting. Like, pulled in some obscure lore, did some like random extra lore of their own. But then there's this weird inconsistency between like the new unit cards look really cool and like wintry, but then the old ones look kind of crappy, and they didn't redo them. It's strange. I don't think you build these when you play Norse yourself. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm not sure. I feel like I need artillery. I definitely want a silver tower. It's a shame there's no silver tower. Was there a silver tower in Epic? I think there was. It's confusing because the four Chaos factions exist in 1.4000 as well. So I'm always misremembering, like, was that a thing in? Oops. Was that a thing in Warhammer or only in Epic? There was a silver tower in Manor War, which was the Warhammer C game. The Tzeentch ship was a floating magical tower full of wizards that could just shoot out lightning bolts in any direction. And I'm pretty sure there was a demon engine of Tzeentch, which was a silver tower. Oh right, yeah. So I have to. So hang on. So is it? So there's a recharge blocked. I don't know what that means. And when I click that, total power. That sounds good. It went up. Sure. Weird mechanic.
I have scried the infinite weave and pronounced their doom. Eternal Sclaya. Kairos, Fate Weaver.
Oh, I muted myself. That's foolish. Imagine muting yourself.
I know where to go. We went there.
Oh, that's cute. We went there, because you can see the past and the future.
Moved. They already agreed.
Wrecked. Feels a bit like playing England in Empire Total War, fighting against the natives. Doesn't entirely feel fair. What's this pink thing that's happening to them? Some sort of debuff. What that means? Oh yeah, got it. It's harder when you deal with factions that have artillery and flying stuff, cavalry. Yeah, probably, yeah. Well, I mean, these guys have got cavalry, they're just not using it very well. But yeah, these are like crappy little armies that are easy to kill.
The infinite weave.
There's a couple of chieftains here. Take out these chieftains before they escape. I'm not entirely convinced by it as a mechanic, to be honest. God, what are they doing now? Come on, guys. Look, they're just... This is definitely not how this is supposed to work. What are they doing? Doesn't feel like it should be so difficult to kill someone who's running away from you when you're surrounding them completely.
The foul taint of this place weakens your warrior.
Kairos, Fate Weaver.
Interesting. It's got 100 Chaos Undivided Corruption, which what my people don't really like. Enables attrition for non-Chaos army. Oh, okay, so it's fine. It's just a very poor pop-up. Chance of winds of magic increasing in strength. Okay, yeah, so it's like, it's extremely likely that the winds of magic will just gradually rise. Can you incite revolts with corruption? That sounds fun. Plant cults and turn them against them. Yes, probably, but also, but probably not in the Snake Gate. That's the issue. Because it's a Bastion Gate. It has special things. So the fact that I couldn't corrupt it probably means that I also can't cult it. I don't know that for sure, but I would be surprised if I could.
Tomorrow the dice are cast. Your fate belongs to us. I have scribed all of time.
Days of Fate. Hidden in time. This unit can move it hidden. If this unit can hide at its current location, it will not be spotted. Cool. 2 uses of 60 seconds of hiding. That doesn't sound very useful, but it sounds cool. Did I get a Tzeentch? What's this? Infernal Gateway. Huge stationary effect. Sweet, that sounds good. That's my kind of thing.
My power grows.
And I can take these, because these fragments just don't look useful to me. Maybe I'm missing something, but I already have some very powerful attack spells. Maybe if I knew like the other magics, I'd know better what they do, and I'd be like, Oh, I definitely want that. But like I know what Purple Son of Xerius does, but it doesn't sound more useful than the attacks I have already, so I don't really get it. I should probably have something that just buffs my blue horror, shouldn't I? Missile strength and barrier for horrors. I didn't really want him to use a horror army in the long run though, so I feel kind of awkward taking them now. What I definitely want is loads of Lords of Change. That's what I want. Let's take that.
Another load to the Nexus.
Could attack the Snake Gate. Probably a terrible plan.
It shall be.
Oh yeah, we'll just starve them out, that's fine. We've got here siege boxes. I feel like we should have more creative ways of taking down a wall than building siege towers. Even if the siege towers are kind of useless, doesn't quite feel like the right. Doesn't quite feel right. I mean, no, to be fair, we do have more creative ways of taking down cities. We can corrupt them by changing reality so that they are actually ours. It just doesn't work on this bloody thing for some reason. I don't know why. Can I do Scriveners of Insanity on them while they're besieging? I think I can.
Wings of War.
Let's see if that works. That's cute. Fresh new feathers.
Master, there is a rift, a paradox in the weave of fate. Your staff is the locus of this anathema. It must be excised, or our plans will suffer.
What? That guy knows how to say anathema. Kairos' contemplation of the Well of Eternity has given him an insight which bodes ill for his master's schemes. The Staff of Tomorrow cannot exist in multiple points across the Weave of Fate. It would create a paradox that could blind Kairos and hamper Tzeentch's plans for the Great Game. In the moment of comprehension of this fact, the Fate Weaver's two heads turn to face each other, and as their eyes meet, he is drawn into a plane of existence that is not the present, yet one which lies between past and future. He must defeat both his past and future selves in order to reconfigure events. Oh, that's pretty sweet. Oh, that's cute. He's got a battle against himself. That looks brutal, actually.
Supreme sorcery. I summon Tzeentch's servants.
Your military might is dominant in your alliance. Such is your strength that you may soon be able to intimidate your allied warlords into a confederation.
Tzeentch's slave. Tzeentch's sorcerer.
I'm never sure whether or not it's worth upgrading the growth buildings. Because the point of upgrading the growth building is to build up enough growth to get this thing to level 5. I have a feeling that it won't pay for itself. Like, that I'd be better off just leaving them at level 1 or level 2. That is a lot of bonus growth though, it's 30 extra. What am I getting? 100 a turn. It seems to be growing extremely quickly already. I think I probably don't need to upgrade. Tzeentch corruption in adjacent provinces. Income from all buildings in adjacent provinces. Sounds good. What are you doing here, buddy? I hope these guys don't cause any trouble. I'm sure they won't. Right, look at that. These are just... Oh, maybe open gates is what I... Oh, no, that must be to do with, like, sieges. Reveal faction intentions. These are so weird. These whole just... It's all so weird.
Good.
I just learned something random. I never find an advantage investing... Toth said, I never find an advantage investing in research buildings, especially on Total War, because it only allows me to unlock stuff before I can pay for them. Yeah. It depends on the technology. A lot of these ones are like passive bonuses, like such and such minus upkeep cost and stuff. So that is useful.
Is coming.
Also, sometimes the tech tree is just absolutely massive. So it helps quite a lot to even like ever see the end of it because it's such a long game. I can't remember. I think I must have capped out the tech tree once, but not usually. Normally I get bored and restart a different campaign by the time I've ever got anywhere near there. Tzeentch corruption. There's a lot of Tzeentch corruption. Oh, can I recruit an agent? Hang on. I always forget to do this. Yes, I can. Okay, I can't recruit a cultist, but I can recruit a iridescent horror. Pinioned. He has wings. It's cute. Hey, buddy. I'm never going to get to... He wants me to get to 3,000 a turn income. That's one of the missions I have. How the hell am I supposed to do that?
It is fate.
Their faction's led by a Lord of Change.
The truth writhes around you like an agitated serpent.
14,000 gold, I think.
Can I provide you with a new limb, extremity, or vestige?
They want to confederate, but they absolutely do not want to confederate. Their faction strength is strength rank 45. These guys are 13. They're actually pretty solid. Like, it said I was like at a point where I could become a confederation, but that appears to very much not be the case.
Impermanence of reality, as we do.
They just don't like me at all. What is going on here? Strange. It's good that they've improved diplomacy, but it doesn't seem to really be very much going on there. Where's this guy? Oh god, that is quite a large army. Where are they going?
The Tome of Fates calls to me, foretelling of a way to elude the Maelstrom and enter the realm of chaos. The dying god will roar again. We must prepare. Muster an army that can withstand the terrors you shall face.
That is non-specific. Ah, here we go. We must visit each realm and steal a soul from a demon prince. Only then can we confront Be'lakor. For it is these souls, one from each of the great powers, merged together, that shall light the hidden path through the forge. I wonder how we do that. I guess a button pops up and just says, hey, would you like to do the thing? I guess. I'm assuming that's what's going to happen. Just in time for us to, like, not conquer the snake game, probably. Right, I think I better leave it there, though, anyway, because it's late and I really need to sleep. Oh. Right, good night, everybody. Thanks for watching. I'm not sure when I'll be back. My streaming schedule is extremely unpredictable because I'm incredibly busy. Definitely not tomorrow. Maybe at the weekend. I'm not sure. See you soon.